Rocket Girl vs. King Trog, Episode 3, Bow Down to King Trog.
King Trog is at City Hall?
Roxy asked.
What is he doing there?
He thinks he's the king of everything,
Detective Smith said.
We can find Professor Beard later. Right now we have to... Rocket Girl?
Roxy saw a crowd in front of City Hall. Everyone looked scared. A tall caveman stood on the steps of the building. He carried a pouch and a wooden club. A gold ring sparkled on his finger.
The missing ring!
Roxy thought.
I am King Trog!
The caveman pounded his chest. Mayor Bloom came out of the building.
Go away! You're scaring everyone!
King Trog glared at the mayor.
Are you the king here? I'm not a king,
The mayor said.
but I am in charge here.
King Trog looked at the City Hall building. Then he looked back at the mayor.
I rule this kingdom now! Go back in your cave!
King Trog swung his club.
Ah!
Mayor Bloom ran back into the building. King Trog pounded his chest again.
I'm the king of everything!
You're not my king!
A woman shouted.
Yeah!
A man yelled.
I didn't vote for you! I voted for Mayor Bloom!
Brag!
King Trog grew furious. He jumped off the steps, swung his club, and smashed a car.
Hey!
A man said.
I just bought that car! Brag!
King Trog swung his club again.
Ah!
The man ran away. Roxy landed in front of the caveman.
That's enough, Trog! You're not the king here! Stop scaring people!
Brag!
King Trog swung his club at Roxy. She blocked it with her arm. King Trog's mouth hung open.
You have strong powers!
Yes, I do!
Roxy said. King Trog charged toward Roxy. His club swung wildly. Roxy fired her eye laser beams. Whiz-hoo! King Trog's club exploded. The caveman stomped his foot.
How dare you destroy my club! I'm the king! Everyone must bow down to me!
Yes!
Someone shouted.
Bow down to my master!
Roxy looked over.
Professor Beard!
Just then, King Trog grabbed her. Roxy tried to wriggle free, but the caveman was too strong.
Good job, master.
Professor Beard said.
You really are powerful. Will you still share your treasure with me?
King Trog ignored the professor. The caveman pulled a metal band from his pouch. He placed it on Roxy's head. Roxy began to feel weak. King Trog smiled.
Powers come to me!
Rocket Girl vs. King Trog, Episode 4, The Ring. Roxy felt her powers drain. King Trog's ring began to glow.
Soon I'll have your powers, little girl,
He said.
and you'll be gone.
Professor Beard bit his lip.
I just wanted some treasure. I don't want anyone to get hurt.
Roxy fell to the ground. The crowd gasped. Professor Beard sighed.
I can't let this happen.
He ran over.
Rocket Girl, get Trog's ring. Then he'll go back to sleep.
Roxy blinked slowly. She had just a tiny amount of power left. She focused. Whiz-hoo! Her eye laser beams hit the glowing ring.
Brag!
King Trog's ring stopped glowing. It now had a small crack. Roxy's powers returned. She pulled the band off her head. King Trog growled. Roxy shot toward the caveman. His big fists pounded into Roxy.
Ah!
Roxy slammed into the street. She jumped back to her feet. Again, she flew toward King Trog. He punched, but Roxy moved out of the way. Then, pow! Roxy flew into King Trog's gut. King Trog fell to his knees. Roxy grabbed his big finger. She pulled the ring off. The caveman's eyes closed, and he lay still.
Phew!
Roxy said. Professor Beard ran over.
I'm sorry, Rocket Girl. I took King Trog's ring from the museum. I wanted to wake him.
Roxy raised an eyebrow.
Why did you want to wake him?
Professor Beard sighed.
A legend says that King Trog rewards anyone who wakes him. I didn't know he was dangerous.
Roxy folded her arms.
It's okay, Professor, but I need your help now.
Of course.
Professor Beard said.
What do you need?
Roxy shrugged.
I don't know where to put King Trog.
Roxy and Professor Beard stood in King Trog's cave. The caveman lay on his stone. Roxy gave Professor Beard the ring.
I'll put this back in the museum,
He said. Roxy nodded. Then she looked at the sleeping caveman.
Sleep tight, Trog.
Roxy returned to the museum.
Roxy!
Mara said.
You missed it! Did you hear about King Trog?
Roxy asked. Everyone looked confused.
He's an ancient caveman king.
Roxy said.
He woke up and tried to rule Metro City. Rocket Girl stopped him.
Awesome!
Terrell said.
I was talking about Jack.
Mara said.
He balanced the pencil on his nose for 10 seconds.
Jack grinned.
I did.
Roxy and Terrell looked at each other and smiled. Rocket Girl vs. Victor Velour, Episode 1, Fashion Week.
Ew.
A worker at Trend's department store was dressing mannequins.
This is an ugly blouse.
She put a jacket on another mannequin.
This jacket is ugly too. No one will buy it.
Creak. The worker spun around.
Who's there?
Mannequins stood all around her. She laughed.
Silly me.
She told herself.
I'm the only one here. Well, except for the...
A plastic hand grabbed her shoulder. She screamed.
Ah!
Jack groaned.
Sophie, why are we here?
Sophie laughed.
Don't complain, Jack. You're spending time with me, your favorite big cousin.
It was Fashion Week in Metro City. Roxy and her friends were at a fashion show. Music blasted as models walked up and down the runway.
Thanks for bringing us here, Sophie.
Mara said.
Jack said you studied fashion design in college?
Sophie nodded.
I love fashion. Oh, look at that scarf.
One model wore a long purple scarf. Another model wore a pink sweater and huge sunglasses.
I like those sunglasses.
Mara said. Just then, a third model walked by. She wore a dress covered in feathers. Mara snorted.
Ugh. I don't think I like that.
Sophie grinned.
I love it.
Ah,
Jack yawned.
I don't care about fashion.
I do.
Terrell said.
I think it's important to look your best.
I agree.
Sophie said.
What about you, Roxy?
Terrell asked.
Do you like fashion?
Roxy shrugged.
I don't really care about fashion either.
Sophie glanced over.
Yes, you do. You just don't realize it. You might not wear fancy clothes, but you wear things that make you feel good.
I just wear whatever is in my closet.
Roxy said.
It doesn't matter what it is.
A model walked by wearing a cape. Jack laughed.
He looks like Rocket Girl.
Then he tapped his chin.
It's too bad Rocket Girl isn't here. Maybe she could get a new costume.
Roxy suddenly felt embarrassed.
What's wrong with my costume?
She thought. Terrell looked angry.
Rocket Girl doesn't need a new costume. The one she has is perfect.
Jack held up his hands.
I was just kidding.
Roxy smiled at Terrell. Just then, her watch beeped.
I'll be right back,
She said. Roxy went into a hallway.
Mayor Bloom, is everything okay?
Mayor Bloom looked scared.
Rocket Girl, you must go to Trend's department store. The mannequins, they...
What?
Roxy asked.
What about the mannequins?
Mayor Bloom gulped.
they came to life.
Don't worry, Mayor.
Roxy said.
I'm on my way!
Rocket Girl vs. Victor Velour. Episode 2. Ugly Clothes.
I have to get to Trend's department store.
Roxy thought.
Mannequins came to life.
She went back to her friends.
I'll be right back. I'm going to get a drink of water.
Roxy ran off.
Good luck.
Terrell called. Mara raised an eyebrow.
What does Roxy need good luck for?
Oh,
Terrell bit his lip.
maybe she'll have a hard time finding a water fountain.
Roxy arrived outside Trend's department store. Several people were hiding outside. They looked scared.
Rocket Girl,
A woman said.
I'm glad you're here. Mannequins are coming to life. I know!
Roxy looked around.
Where are the mannequins?
I don't know,
A man said.
but they tried to make us wear ugly clothes.
We fought them off.
Another woman said. Roxy found Detective Smith inside. He was standing in a clothing section.
Good, you're here.
The detective said.
Ah!
Roxy pretended to be scared.
That mannequin just talked!
Detective Smith frowned.
I'm not a mannequin, Rocket Girl.
Roxy rolled her eyes.
I know that, Detective.
She looked around.
Are the mannequins in here? Some people outside saw them.
I think the mannequins are gone.
Detective Smith said. A woman peeked out from under a clothing rack.
Are they really gone?
Detective Smith jumped.
Oh, you scared me. Yes, they're gone.
Phew!
The woman crawled out from under the rack. She dusted herself off.
I was so scared.
What happened here?
Roxy asked. The woman took a deep breath.
I was dressing mannequins in some new clothes. Suddenly, they came to life. They tried to make me wear the clothes too. I refused. The clothes were too ugly.
What clothes are the mannequins wearing?
Detective Smith asked. The woman pointed to a rack of ugly clothes.
It's a new line of clothing.
Roxy read a label.
Victor Velour?
The woman nodded.
He's the designer. These clothes are all from his new line. They're absolutely horrible.
She snorted.
I read an interview with Victor. He said that everyone in the world will wear his clothes. I seriously doubt it. Nobody with good taste would wear them.
Detective Smith pulled a scarf off the rack. It had wavy stripes.
I kind of like this.
The detective put the scarf on. Suddenly, his eyes went blank.
I look fabulous. From now on, I will only wear Victor Velour's clothes.
Rocket Girl vs. Victor Velour, Episode 3, A Fabulous Costume.
Detective Smith?
Roxy cried.
What's wrong with you?
The detective's eyes were blank.
I look fabulous.
Roxy ripped the ugly scarf off the detective. Detective Smith's eyes returned to normal.
Well, what happened to me?
That scarf was controlling you.
The woman said.
Really?
Detective Smith scratched his head.
There's something wrong with Victor's clothes.
Roxy said.
They're controlling mannequins and people. We need to find Victor.
She turned to the woman.
Do you know where he works?
The woman nodded. Then she looked up the address for Roxy. A moment later, Roxy arrived at Victor's studio. Ugly clothes hung on racks. A man in an orange hat was drawing a design. A tape measure was looped around his neck.
Victor Velour?
Roxy asked.
Yes, that's me.
The man looked up and smiled.
Rocket Girl.
He ran over.
I will design a fabulous costume for you.
Victor measured Roxy's arms and waist.
What colors do you like? Do you like stripes?
He stepped back and rubbed his chin.
That cape is no good. I'll design a better one.
Victor sat down and started to draw again.
I'm not here for a new costume.
Roxy said. Victor put down his pencil.
You're not?
He blinked.
Then why are you here?
Roxy sighed.
Ugh. Your clothes are controlling people and mannequins.
Victor nodded.
Yes, my clothes are supposed to do that. I was tired of people laughing at my clothes. Fashion models said they were ugly. Now my clothes are made with a special fabric that I created. The fabric controls people and mannequins.
He tilted his head.
Is that a problem?
Are you serious?
Roxy asked.
The mannequins are trying to force everyone to wear your clothes.
Everyone should wear my clothes.
Victor stood up.
In fact, I'm going to the big fashion show this afternoon. I'll make everyone wear my clothes. Then I'll be the most famous fashion designer ever.
I won't let you do that,
Roxy said. Victor glared at Roxy.
Mannequins!
He shouted. 3 mannequins rushed into the room.
Attack Rocket Girl!
Victor shouted. Roxy fired her eye laser beams. Whiz-hoo! 1 mannequin exploded. 2 other mannequins grabbed Roxy. Roxy shook off the mannequins. 1 hit the wall. The other one knocked down a large roll of fabric. The fabric quickly unrolled, spilling over Roxy. Her eyes went blank. She began to feel strange. Rocket Girl vs. Victor Velour, Episode 4, The Ugly Fashion Show. Roxy was buried under Victor's ugly fabric.
Victor designs fabulous clothes.
She thought.
Maybe I do need a new costume.
She shook her head.
No!
She told herself.
Fight it!
Roxy remembered Terrell's words.
Rocket Girl doesn't need a new costume. The one she has is perfect.
Terrell was right!
Roxy jumped out from under the fabric. Victor was gone.
Victor must be at the fashion show.
Roxy said. She gulped.
My friends are there!
Roxy arrived at the show. People ran and screamed.
Mannequins!
A man shouted.
Run for your lives!
Mannequins walked along the runway. Their clothes were ugly. Some of the clothes didn't even fit well. One mannequin threw an ugly sweater. It landed on a woman's shoulder. Suddenly, the woman's eyes went blank.
I love this. From now on, I will only wear Victor Velour's clothes.
The other mannequins threw clothes at people too. The clothes quickly controlled anyone they touched. A jacket landed on Jack's head.
I love Victor Velour's clothes.
I must stop this!
Roxy saw Victor peeking from behind a curtain. She flew toward the villain.
Oh no.
Victor looked around.
Mannequins!
He shouted.
Protect me!
The mannequins quickly surrounded Victor. Roxy felt plastic hands grab her. Roxy punched and kicked. Mannequins flew all over. Soon, all of the mannequins lay broken on the floor. Victor took a deep breath.
Rocket Girl, I'm a fashion designer. I don't like to fight. However...
He held an arm out toward Roxy.
You give me no choice.
Pow! 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 Buttons shot from Victor's sleeve.
Whoa!
Roxy dived out of the way. The buttons exploded against the wall. Roxy shot toward Victor, dodging buttons. She slammed into him. Victor stumbled backward. His hat fell off. Right away, everyone's eyes returned to normal. A model screamed.
Why am I wearing this awful outfit?
Where did I get this ugly jacket?
Jack asked. Sophie raised an eyebrow.
I have no idea.
Aha! The hat controls the fabric!
Whiz-hoo! Roxy fired her eye laser beam. The hat exploded.
No!
Victor cried. After Roxy brought Victor to jail, she returned to the fashion show.
That was amazing, Roxy.
Terrell whispered.
Sorry I couldn't help you.
Roxy remembered Terrell's words again and smiled.
Actually, Terrell, you did help me.
Rocket Girl vs. the Tattle Twins, Episode 1, Framed. Mayor Bloom was watching a CoolTube video.
Hey, folks.
A young woman said.
I'm Pam. I'm Cam.
Her twin said.
And we're the Tattle Twins, your favorite new cool tubers.
Pam looked serious.
We have a shocking video for you. Check it out.
Mayor Bloom saw two dented cars. Whiz-hoo! Lasers blew up one car. Kaboom! The camera zoomed out. Rocket Girl and Detective Smith were there. They were laughing. Mayor Bloom gasped.
That's terrible!
There you have it, folks.
Pam said.
Rocket Girl is a bad guy.
Cam grinned.
We hope you like this video. If so, please subscribe to our channel.
I love this play!
Mara said.
It's so funny!
Roxy and her friends were at an outdoor theater. The audience clapped as two actors left the stage. Terrell looked at his program.
There's an intermission now.
Jack's phone beeped.
Oh, the Tattle Twins just posted a new video.
They're the new Cool Tube stars, right?
Roxy said. Terrell nodded.
They catch people doing bad things and breaking rules. Last week, some teenagers went into Metro Mart. They tried to steal donuts. The Tattle Twins recorded the whole thing.
Jack chuckled.
I like the video they made in the theater. They caught people texting during a movie.
Remember the video with the Mighty Man actor?
Terrell asked.
He was really rude to that waitress. He had to apologize to her.
Jack pressed play. His friends leaned in to watch the new video. The car blew up. The camera zoomed out. Jack gasped.
Oh, Rocket Girl blew up a car.
She's laughing.
Mara said. Terrell glanced at Roxy. Roxy's face grew hot. She knew the video was fake, but she didn't know what to say. Mara shook her head.
I don't understand. Rocket Girl wouldn't do that. She helps people.
I know.
Jack scratched his head.
But it's on video. How do you explain that?
The video is fake!
Terrell looked angry.
The Tattle Twins are framing Rocket Girl. I don't like them anymore.
Roxy felt sick. Why would the Tattle Twins frame her? Her watch beeped.
I can't worry about this right now.
Roxy thought.
Mayor Bloom needs me.
She moved away from her friends and took a deep breath.
Mayor Bloom!
Rocket Girl,
Mayor Bloom said.
there's an emergency at police headquarters. They need your help.
Don't worry, Mayor.
Roxy said.
I'm on my way!
Rocket Girl vs. the Tattle Twins. Episode 2. Under Arrest. Roxy went back to her friends.
I just remembered.
She said.
It's, my aunt's birthday. I should call her.
Roxy hurried away. Terrell caught up to her.
Are you going to find the Tattle Twins?
He asked. Roxy shook her head.
There's an emergency at police headquarters. I'll be back soon.
Terrell went back to his seat.
Rocket Girl was framed,
He said. Mara and Jack nodded. Terrell tapped his chin.
Rocket Girl always helps other people. I wish we could help her.
Roxy arrived at police headquarters. Several police officers were waiting for her.
Where's the emergency?
Roxy asked. An officer slapped handcuffs on Roxy.
You're under arrest, Rocket Girl.
What?
Roxy cried. The officer led Roxy toward the jail cells. Roxy looked down at the handcuffs.
I could break these and escape.
She thought. She looked back at all the police officers.
But I don't want anyone to get hurt.
The officer opened a jail cell. Detective Smith was sitting inside. He looked annoyed. Roxy went in. The officer took off the handcuffs. Then she slammed the door shut.
Detective,
Roxy said.
I don't like your new office.
Detective Smith rolled his eyes.
Very funny, Rocket Girl.
Roxy sighed.
Mayor Bloom tricked me into coming here. He obviously thinks we blew up that car. But we didn't. Remember?
Detective Smith nodded.
I remember. It was just last week. 2 cars crashed and 1 caught on fire. You put the fire out with your super breath. You also saved the driver.
Roxy groaned.
Ugh. What are we going to do, Detective? We have to prove that we're innocent.
Just then, they heard someone talking.
We need to send police to 100 West Street.
An officer said.
Some cool tubers are in trouble. They're called the Tattle Twins.
Okay, another officer said. Roxy said.
I wonder what's wrong.
Suddenly, she had an idea.
I should go and help the Tattle Twins, Detective. Then I can find out why they're framing me.
And me.
Detective Smith said.
Right.
Roxy said.
Is it okay if I break out of here?
Detective Smith nodded.
Good luck, Rocket Girl.
Boom! Roxy pounded through the wall and flew off. A police car zoomed toward West Street. Roxy shot past the car. A moment later, she burst into an apartment. The Tattle twins stood in front of a safe.
Yay!
Pam said.
Rocket Girl is here.
Rocket Girl vs. the Tattle Twins. Episode 3, a new video. Roxy was confused.
Where's the emergency?
Pam sighed.
There's no emergency. What?
Roxy stamped her foot.
Why did you call the police?
Pam sighed.
We're sorry.
Cam nodded.
Very sorry.
Huh?
Roxy scratched her head.
We'll never frame you again.
Pam said. Cam crossed her heart.
We promise.
Roxy frowned.
I'm still mad, but I accept your apology.
Roxy left. Cam and Pam burst out laughing.
Our trap worked.
Pam said.
Rocket Girl came.
Cam nodded.
And she didn't spot that.
Cam pointed at a tiny video camera. Police knocked on the door.
There's no emergency here.
Pam said. She slammed the door.
Let's get to work.
Cam opened her laptop. She clicked on a video file. It was from the tiny camera. It showed the twins talking to Rocket Girl. Then she opened another video file. It showed the twins pretending to fight. The safe was behind them. Cam giggled.
Now I'll use my special video editing software.
She typed commands.
I remove myself from the fight video. Then I insert Rocket Girl.
It looks like I'm fighting Rocket Girl now.
Pam said.
Now I add Rocket Girl's voice.
Cam said.
Give me the money in the safe. It sounds just like her.
Pam said.
Cam, you're a genius.
Cam smiled.
Hopefully this video will get lots of views.
Jack, Mara, and Terrell watched the new video.
Give me the money in the safe.
Rocket Girl yelled.
Never.
Pam punched and kicked. Finally, Rocket Girl flew away. Pam looked into the camera.
There you go, folks. Rocket Girl tried to steal our money. Luckily, I fought her off.
Cam's head popped into view.
Please click the subscribe button.
Terrell bit his lip.
That was definitely fake. Nobody can fight off Rocket Girl.
Roxy sat on a building.
I should go back to jail.
She thought.
But Detective Smith and I are innocent.
She stood up.
I'll go and tell Mayor Bloom.
Roxy flew over the city.
Rocket Girl!
A man yelled. Roxy landed in the street.
Do you need help?
She asked. A crowd gathered around her.
The Tattle Twins posted a new video.
A kid said.
You're a bad guy.
A woman frowned.
You tried to steal from those twins!
Oh no! Ugh.
Roxy groaned.
Pam and Cam tricked me!
Meanwhile, 3 men also watched the new video. They looked mean and tough. One of them stroked his beard.
So, there's money in that safe, huh?
Rocket Girl vs. the Tattle Twins, Episode 4, Bad Guys. Roxy flew away from the angry crowd. Her watch beeped.
Detective Smith,
Roxy said.
what's up?
I'm out of jail!
Detective Smith said.
Another officer found video from a traffic camera. It shows that you didn't blow up the car.
Roxy smiled.
Phew!
The detective cleared his throat.
The Tattle Twins have another emergency.
Roxy rolled her eyes.
I was just there. They didn't have an emergency.
They said they do now.
Detective Smith said. Roxy sighed.
Okay.
Outside 100 West Street, Roxy used her super hearing.
Give us the money in the safe!
A man said.
Uh-oh.
Roxy thought.
There is an emergency. There's no money.
Pam said.
The safe is empty.
Cam said. Roxy flew into the twins' apartment. 3 mean-looking men held crowbars.
Rocket Girl,
Pam said.
I'm glad you're here.
Cam nodded.
So glad.
The man with the beard grinned.
Rocket Girl, help us break open that safe.
Huh?
Roxy was confused.
You're a bad guy now, right?
Another man said. Roxy was shocked, but she had an idea.
Actually, yes.
She smiled.
I'm a bad guy now.
Pam and Cam gasped.
Give me your crowbars.
Roxy said.
I'll break open the safe.
Pam huffed.
There's no money.
The safe is empty.
Cam said. The man with the beard handed his crowbar to Roxy. Roxy quickly twisted it around his wrists.
Hey!
The man struggled to move his arms.
What's going on?
You're under arrest.
Roxy said. The other 2 men ran toward Roxy. She used her heat vision on the crowbars.
Ouch!
The men dropped the hot crowbars.
We give up!
Thanks, Rocket Girl.
Pam stared at the floor.
We're sorry for what we did.
Cam nodded.
We just wanted to be famous.
Roxy frowned.
You made me look like a bad guy. And making fake videos that harm people is against the law. You're going to have to pay a big fine.
Pam gulped.
We won't do it again.
Cam nodded.
We lost all of our followers.
Really?
Roxy scratched her head. Roxy brought the men to jail and returned to the theater. She whispered to Terrell.
The Tattle Twins lost all of their followers.
I know.
Terrell whispered.
I commented on their last video. I said it looked totally fake. My comment got thousands of likes. Other people said it looked fake too. The Tattle Twins' follower count went down fast.
Roxy chuckled.
Thanks, Terrell.
Rocket Girl, Big Trouble in Metro City. Episode 1, Old Misty. It was early morning in Mountain National Park. A skunk walked past a sign that read Old Misty Geyser. Bloop, bloop. Water bubbled from the geyser. A drop splashed onto the skunk. The skunk hurried into the woods. Crack! A tree fell over as the skunk began to grow.
Look!
Mara said.
I see the actor who plays Mighty Man!
Roxy's class was at Mountain National Park. Lots of people were there. They stood around Old Misty, the park's geyser. The actor from Mighty Man was taking a selfie with some fans. Terrell read a sign near the ranger station.
The last time old Misty blew was 6 years ago.
Roxy looked at the sign.
We were only 2 years old then.
She turned and saw her reflection in a window. She felt strange,
Weird.
Roxy thought.
I feel like I've been here before.
Someone bumped into her,
Oof!
Roxy said.
Sorry, kid.
A soldier walked by. A general and some other people followed her. One person in the group looked familiar,
That's Dr. Chen.
Roxy thought.
I met her on the space station.
The scientist pointed a device at old Misty. Roxy wanted to say hello, but she knew she couldn't do that,
Dr. Chen only knows Rocket Girl.
Roxy thought. Terrell's phone beeped.
I got a text from my mom.
He said.
I have a dentist appointment this afternoon. I can still come over for dinner, though.
Great!
Roxy said. Roxy was looking forward to the weekend,
Terrell is coming over for dinner tonight.
she thought.
Tomorrow we're meeting Mara and Jack at Metro City Mall. Maybe I won't have to do any Rocket Girl stuff. I can just have fun.
Roxy! Terrell!
Mara shouted.
Come over here!
She and Jack were near old Misty. Roxy and Terrell ran over,
The geyser is bubbling a lot.
Jack said. A park ranger smiled.
This is your lucky day, folks. Old Misty is about to...
Whoosh! Water shot up from the geyser. Steam filled the air. The crowd cheered. Roxy and her friends talked about their weekend plans for a while. Then she said goodbye and headed home. She was almost there when her watch beeped.
Mayor Bloom, what's wrong? Is a villain causing trouble?
No, Rocket Girl.
Mayor Bloom said.
It's not a villain who's causing trouble. It's a superhero. Mighty Man.
Rocket Girl, Big Trouble in Metro City. Episode 2, A Mighty Mess. Roxy scratched her head.
Why is the Mighty Man actor causing trouble?
I think he's trying to fight crime,
Mayor Bloom said.
but he made a mess at Metro Mart.
Roxy sighed.
I'm on my way.
Roxy flew fast. She checked her watch.
I hope this doesn't take long. Terrell is coming over at 6.
Slime was everywhere inside Metro Mart. The Mighty Man actor held a teenager. The teenager was trying to get away.
Let go of me!
Hi, Rocket Girl.
The actor grinned.
I'm a superhero now, just like you.
The store's owner frowned.
My store is ruined!
Where did this slime come from?
Roxy asked. Splat! Slime shot from the actor's hand.
Pretty cool, right? This kid was stealing soda. I stopped him.
The store owner groaned.
Ugh! I told you, customers can fill their own cups for free on Fridays. Yeah!
The teenager said. Roxy sighed.
Let him go.
Fine.
The actor released the teenager.
Your show stinks, Mighty Man!
The teenager ran away.
When did you get your slime power?
Roxy asked.
Today.
The actor said. Just then, Dr. Chen walked in with the general. She still had her device.
Rocket Girl!
Dr. Chen said.
It's good to see you again.
Hi, Dr. Chen.
Roxy said. The general raised an eyebrow.
You know each other?
Roxy grinned.
We met on the space station.
This is General Waltz.
Dr. Chen said.
We're investigating a mysterious energy. We detected it at Old Misty.
I was there today.
The actor said. Dr. Chen's device beeped.
I'm detecting the energy in this slime. And in you, Mighty Man.
Cool.
The actor said. The device beeped near Roxy, too.
That's odd.
Roxy thought. Then she looked down.
Oh, I'm standing in slime. That's what made it beep,
she said.
Can you come with us, mighty man?
General Waltz asked.
We want to do some tests at the lab.
The actor puffed out his chest.
What an honor! I'm happy to go with you.
The actor and the general went outside. Dr. Chen sighed.
This mysterious energy is all over Metro City, Rocket Girl. It might cause problems.
It already did cause problems.
Roxy gave the scientist her secret Rocket Girl number.
Call if you need help. That number goes right to my...
Roxy looked at her watch and gasped.
It's 6 o'clock! I'm late for dinner!
Rocket Girl, Big Trouble in Metro City. Episode 3, Pizza Night. Terrell arrived at Roxy's house.
Hi, Terrell.
Roxy's mom said.
Roxy is on a Rocket Girl mission. She'll be home in...
Whoosh! Roxy shot into the house like a rocket. A framed picture swung wildly. Her mom caught it.
No flying in the house, Roxy.
Oops! Sorry, Mom.
Roxy's dad arrived with pizza. Everyone sat down to eat.
What did Rocket Girl do this afternoon?
Roxy's dad asked. Roxy rolled her eyes. This was her dad's favorite joke. He pretended Rocket Girl was someone Roxy knew. Of course, he knew she was Rocket Girl.
So?
Her dad handed out slices of pizza.
Did she fight the giant skunk?
What giant skunk?
Roxy asked.
Somebody saw a giant skunk in Metro City,
Terrell said. He took a bite of pizza.
I didn't hear about that.
Roxy said.
I was busy talking to the Mighty Man actor. He can shoot slime now.
Wow,
Roxy's mom said. Terrell shrugged.
You're still the best superhero in Metro City, Roxy.
Roxy smiled.
Thanks, Terrell. I think you're right. The actor made a big mess at Metro Mart. I might have to give him superhero lessons.
Her dad chuckled.
You mean Rocket Girl might have to give him lessons?
Roxy rolled her eyes again. Just then, Terrell bumped his glass. Roxy grabbed it. Crack! She accidentally used her super strength.
Sorry!
Roxy cried.
It's okay,
her dad said.
We're used to it.
Roxy's mom said with a smile.
I remember when you first got your superpowers, Roxy. You were just 2 years old.
Her dad nodded.
We called you Doodlebug back then.
Terrell laughed.
Doodlebug?
Roxy turned red.
I don't remember that.
Her mom shrugged.
Of course not. You were really young.
That night, Roxy lay in bed.
I wonder how I got my superpowers.
I know how you got them.
A voice said. Roxy sat up.
Who's there?
She looked around in the dark. The room was empty.
I must be imagining things.
Roxy lay back down. Soon she fell asleep and forgot about the voice. In the morning, Roxy jumped out of bed.
Today will be great,
she thought.
I'm meeting my friends at Metro City Mall and...
Her watch beeped.
Ugh.
Roxy groaned and then opened it.
Rocket Girl!
Mayor Bloom looked nervous.
Someone is robbing True Savings Bank.
Don't worry, Mayor.
Roxy sighed.
I'm on my way.
Rocket Girl, Big Trouble in Metro City. Episode 4, A big brute. Roxy flew over Metro City.
I probably won't get to see my friends today.
She thought. Roxy was disappointed. Suddenly, she had an idea.
The Mighty Man actor has superpowers now. I can teach him to fight villains. Then I'll have a helper. I can spend more time with my friends. It's a perfect plan.
Roxy found Detective Smith outside True Savings Bank.
You can't rob the bank yet, Detective.
Roxy said.
Someone else is robbing it now.
Detective Smith rolled his eyes.
Very funny, Rocket Girl.
Did you see the bank robber?
Roxy asked.
No, but a witness saw her.
The detective opened his notepad.
He said she's...
Kaboom! A big orange brute crashed through the wall. She was holding a sack of money.
Who are you?
Roxy shouted.
I'm Rumbler!
The robber made a fist. Pow!
Ouch!
Roxy slammed into a steel pole. It fell over. Rumbler laughed. Roxy ran toward the villain. Suddenly, she heard a voice in her head.
Don't fight Rumbler.
It's the voice from last night.
Roxy's legs grew heavy.
It's trying to control me.
Yes, I am.
The voice said. Roxy used her super strength. Slowly, she forced her legs to move.
Get out of my head!
The voice was gone. Whiz-hoo! Roxy fired her eye laser beams. They bounced off Rumbler. Rumbler knocked Roxy backward again. Roxy lay near the steel pole. She grabbed it and swung. Bam! Rumbler fell onto the pavement. Roxy quickly twisted the pole around her. The villain calmed down.
Thanks!
Roxy was confused.
Why are you thanking me?
I didn't want to rob that bank.
Rumbler said.
My real name is Private Benson. I was near Old Misty yesterday. After it blew, I changed.
She looked down at herself.
Into this!
Whoa!
Roxy said.
A voice in my head controlled me.
Private Benson sighed.
It's gone now.
Roxy gasped.
That voice tried to control me too.
She tapped her chin.
I'll take you to Dr. Chen. She's studying the energy from Old Misty.
Private Benson nodded.
Her lab is on the military base.
Roxy picked up Private Benson and shot into the sky.
The Mighty Man actor is at the base.
Roxy thought.
I can't wait to tell him my perfect plan.
They soon arrived at the lab. Dr. Chen was wiping slime off a computer.
Rocket Girl!
The Mighty Man actor stopped toward Roxy.
I hate superpowers!
Rocket Girl, Big Trouble in Metro City. Episode 5, Superhero Talk. The Mighty Man actor frowned.
Everyone's calling me Slime Guy.
How do you know?
Roxy asked.
People are making clock time videos about it. There's even a dumb slime guy dance.
The actor sighed.
Why can't I have cool superpowers like you?
I didn't choose my superpowers.
Roxy shrugged.
Sometimes I don't like my super strength.
The actor raised an eyebrow.
You don't?
Roxy shook her head.
I always have to be careful. I might break stuff or hurt someone. But my superpowers let me help people, so that's good.
Dr. Chen walked over.
Private Benson, is that you?
Private Benson nodded.
I think Old Misty did this to me.
Someone's trying to control our minds, too.
Roxy said.
I have to find out who it is.
Dr. Chen shook her head.
Old Misty's energy is causing problems, but I'm working on a cure.
The actor smiled.
Good! I don't want to be a real superhero.
Roxy's shoulders slumped. Her plan was failing. She was still Metro City's only superhero. General Waltz walked in.
Private Benson, what happened to you?
Private Benson told him her story. The general tapped his chin.
Very odd.
Dr. Chen looked at Private Benson and the Mighty Man actor.
I don't know why, but the geyser's energy affected only you two, and the skunk.
Everyone's talking about that skunk on Friendbook.
The Mighty Man actor said. Dr. Chen looked at Private Benson.
I should run some tests on you.
Roxy removed the steel pole from Private Benson. Right away, Private Benson knocked Roxy into the wall. Then she smashed a computer.
I'm Rumbler!
She shouted.
Ah!
The Mighty Man actor hid. A puddle of slime formed on the floor. Roxy made a fist. Bam! Private Benson stumbled back. Roxy flew into her, pushing her into a large cell. The private calmed down.
The voice! It controlled me again!
Roxy looked around the cell.
This room is made of steel. I think you should stay in here.
Private Benson nodded. Dr. Chen seemed busy with her device. General Waltz smiled.
Good work, Rocket Girl.
No problem, General.
Roxy looked at her watch and smiled. She still had time to meet her friends. When Roxy reached Metro City Mall, her watch beeped.
Mayor Bloom,
She said.
what's wrong now?
There's an emergency at the old canning factory.
The mayor said.
Okay,
Roxy sighed.
I'm on my way.
Rocket Girl, Big Trouble in Metro City. Episode 6, A New Villain. Roxy called Terrell to tell him she couldn't join her friends. Then she flew to the canning factory. Boxes were stacked near a wall. Rusty cans and tools lay on the floor.
Hello?
Roxy shouted.
Is anyone here?
Nobody answered. Roxy flew around. The building was empty. She scratched her head.
I don't think there's an emergency here. Mayor Bloom made a mistake.
She flew toward the exit. Bam! The door slammed shut. Roxy spun around.
Who closed the...
Roxy gasped. Boxes, cans, and tools floated in the air. A dark figure floated into the room. Shiny material covered its face. Roxy saw her reflection in it.
Who are you?
Roxy said.
Call me Brain Invader.
The figure said.
I know your voice.
Roxy said.
It was in my head.
Yes.
Brain Invader said.
I can get in people's minds. I made Rumbler rob that bank. And I made Mayor Bloom send you here.
Why?
Roxy asked.
What do you want?
It's simple.
Brain Invader said.
I want to take over the world, and I want you to help me.
Never!
Roxy fired her eye laser beams. Whiz-hoo! Brain Invader vanished. The laser beams hit the wall. Roxy heard the villain laugh.
Did I disappear?
He asked.
Or did I just make you think I disappeared?
Roxy blinked. Brain Invader was still floating in the air. Roxy flew toward him. But as she flew, the room seemed to stretch. Now the villain was farther away.
The room is getting bigger.
Roxy thought. Suddenly, Brain Invader appeared next to her.
Is it getting bigger?
Or am I just making it look like that? How do you know we're even in a room?
Roxy's eyes went wide. The room was gone. A thick jungle surrounded her. Roar! A tiger leaped toward Roxy.
Ah!
Roxy fell to the ground.
Oof!
She hit a machine. The tiger and the jungle were gone. She was in the room again.
You're strong, Rocket Girl.
Brain Invader said.
That's why your mind is difficult to control.
His voice was in her head again.
Join me, Rocket Girl. I have mind powers. You have superpowers. Together we'll take over the world.
I'll never join you,
Roxy said.
You don't know how powerful I am.
I know everything about you,
Brain Invader said.
I can see all of your memories. I'll show you.
Roxy's eyes closed. She fell to the floor. Rocket Girl, Big Trouble in Metro City. Episode 7, Memories. Roxy woke up and saw a crowd.
I'm in Mountain National Park,
She thought.
How did I get here?
Her mom smiled at her.
Are you having fun, Doodlebug?
Doodlebug?
Roxy thought.
My parents haven't called me that since...
She saw herself in a window.
I'm a 2-year-old!
Brain Invader appeared.
Roxy tried to fire her eye laser beams, but nothing happened.
You don't have superpowers yet.
Brain Invader's voice was in her head.
But you will soon.
What do you mean?
Roxy thought.
This is just your memory,
the villain said.
Watch.
A park ranger smiled.
It's your lucky day, folks. Old Misty is about to...
Whoosh! Water shot up from the geyser. Steam filled the air. The crowd cheered. Warm drops fell on Roxy.
I feel different,
Roxy thought.
I feel powerful.
Suddenly, Roxy was getting tucked into bed by her mother. Her dad was holding a picture book.
No more stories,
he said.
It's time to go to sleep.
No sleep!
Roxy heard herself say. She was acting like a 2-year-old. Whizzoo! Her eye laser beams fired. Her dollhouse blew up. Her parents gasped. Now Roxy was in a booster seat. She was bigger.
I must be older now,
she thought. Her parents were up front. They were driving along a highway at night. Rain poured down.
The road is slippery,
her dad said.
Drive carefully,
her mom said. They drove across a bridge. Another car drove toward them. Roxy felt her car slide.
Uh-oh,
her dad said.
Don't hit that car!
Roxy's mom said. The other car made a sharp turn. It started spinning. Roxy saw it smash through the guardrail. The car flew off the bridge. Roxy undid her buckle and flew fast.
Roxy! Be careful!
Her mom cried. The car was about to hit the water. Roxy grabbed it. She carried the heavy car back up to the bridge. She gently put it down. A man stepped out. He was shaking.
Mayor Bloom,
Roxy's dad said.
Are you okay?
I think so.
The mayor looked pale.
Thanks to this young girl.
He looked down at her.
You can fly.
Roxy's mom nodded.
She's like a rocket!
Suddenly, Brain Invader appeared.
Now you know, Rocket Girl. You got your superpowers from old Misty. So did I. Together, let's take over the world.
Roxy screamed.
No!
Rocket Girl, Big Trouble in Metro City. Episode 8, A Visit to the Lab. Roxy looked around. The memories were over. She was back in the old factory. It was late at night. Brain Invader floated in front of her. He made a fist.
Why are you so hard to control, Rocket Girl?
Roxy tried to fire her eye laser beams.
Stop!
Brain Invader said in her head.
Okay, I will.
Roxy thought. Then she got mad.
Hey, stop controlling me!
She tried again to fire her eye laser beams.
Don't do it!
Brain Invader said. Roxy tried to ignore his voice.
Don't tell me what to do!
Whiz-hoo! She forced her eye laser beams to fire. The villain held up a hand. The laser beams turned before they reached him. They hit a support beam. Boom! The building began to crumble. Brain Invader vanished. Roxy escaped as rubble fell to the ground. The next morning, Roxy woke up early.
I have to tell Dr. Chen about Brain Invader.
She flew to the lab. Private Benson was reading a book in her cell. Dr. Chen wiped slime off the wall. The Mighty Man actor smiled.
Good news, Rocket Girl.
Slime shot from his hand. It sprayed a chair.
Dr. Chen's cure is almost ready.
Dr. Chen walked over.
I just need to check a couple of things.
She saw the slimy chair and frowned.
Then the cure will be ready.
Great!
Roxy said.
But we have another problem. I found out who's controlling me and Private Benson. He calls himself Brain Invader. He wants to take over the world.
Private Benson gasped.
That's terrible!
Do you still need to be in that cell?
Roxy asked.
You seem fine.
I'm staying in here,
Private Benson said.
I don't hear Brain Invader's voice at all. My mind is calm.
Brain Invader sounds very dangerous,
Dr. Chen said.
I must finish the cure quickly.
Suddenly, Roxy heard Brain Invader's voice.
Join me, Rocket Girl.
Roxy spun around. The voice was in her head.
Get out of my head, Brain Invader!
Roxy thought.
We can rule the world,
the villain said. The Mighty Man actor stood up. He looked at Roxy. Roxy didn't see him, though. She was thinking hard.
Get out of my head!
So you won't join me?
Brain Invader asked.
No!
Roxy thought.
Then goodbye, Rocket Girl,
Brain Invader said. The Mighty Man actor walked toward Roxy.
Destroy Rocket Girl!
Rocket Girl, Big Trouble in Metro City. Episode 9, Stuck in Slime. Splat! 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 The Mighty Man actor blasted Roxy with slime.
Ah!
Roxy flew out of the way.
Brain Invader is controlling Mighty Man!
She thought.
How do I fight back? I don't want to hurt him.
Don't fight back,
Brain Invader said. Roxy's eyes felt heavy.
Okay, maybe I'll take a nap.
Splat! Splat! Slime sprayed at Roxy.
Rocket Girl!
Dr. Chen said.
What are you doing? Brain Invader is controlling her.
Private Benson said.
Rocket Girl, ignore the voice.
Huh?
Roxy opened her eyes.
Fight back!
Private Benson shouted. Roxy looked down. She was now stuck in slime.
Yuck!
She struggled to get out.
Stop moving!
Brain Invader said.
Be quiet!
Roxy pulled herself out of the slime. Zoom! She flew into the Mighty Man actor. He fell backward. Roxy dragged him into another cell.
I didn't want to attack you,
the actor said.
Someone was controlling me. Was that Brain Invader?
Roxy nodded.
Do you hear his voice right now?
No,
the actor said.
I'll stay in here. It's nice and quiet.
Roxy stepped out of the cell.
Dr. Chen, you need to finish the cure right away!
Dr. Chen nodded. Roxy's watch beeped.
What does Mayor Bloom need now?
She thought. She opened the watch and saw her dad.
Hey, Roxy, you have chores to do.
Okay.
Roxy flew home.
You need to clean your room,
her dad said. Roxy quickly put away her things. She made her bed. Then her dad wanted her to vacuum the entire house. Roxy used her super breath. Dust and dirt flew out through the windows. But her dad had more chores for her.
You need to clean the carpets, fix the stairs, paint the living room.
Oh boy.
Roxy thought.
Brain Invader is controlling my dad!
She heard the villain chuckle.
Yes, soon you'll be too tired to fight me.
I'll never get too tired to fight you,
Roxy said.
You'll get tired of this,
Brain Invader said. Boom! Roxy heard an explosion in her head.
Ah!
She held her head. Boom! Boom!
I can't listen to this!
Roxy flew fast. She went up higher and higher. Soon she was in outer space. She heard silence.
Phew!
Roxy said.
Brain Invader probably can't reach me up here.
She sat on a satellite and sighed.
Regular kids are lucky. They don't have to go to space to relax.
Rocket Girl, Big Trouble in Metro City. Episode 10, Another Bank Robbery. It was early Monday morning. Dr. Chen and General Waltz were in the lab.
The cure is ready.
Dr. Chen showed the general a small device.
This sprays a mist. The mist stops the geyser's energy.
She walked toward the cells.
I'll use it on Private Benson first, and then...
The scientist stopped. She looked at the general.
I think the cure is a bad idea.
General Waltz smiled. Roxy got out of bed and yawned. She was still tired from spending most of the night in space. Her watch beeped.
Metro City Central Bank is being robbed,
Mayor Bloom said.
Maybe Brain Invader is controlling Mayor Bloom.
Roxy thought.
But maybe not. I have to find out. Don't worry,
Roxy said.
I'm on my way!
Roxy arrived at the bank. Police officers hid behind their cars. Slime covered the cars.
Uh-oh,
Roxy said.
Brain Invader is controlling the Mighty Man actor again.
Crash! A figure smashed through the bank's wall. Roxy's eyes went wide.
Private Benson?
Private Benson was holding the sack of money. She jumped onto a police car. Smash! Metal twisted. Windows shattered. The Mighty Man actor came out with more money.
Don't let Brain Invader control you!
Roxy shouted. The villains attacked. A big orange fist slammed into Roxy. Slime sprayed everywhere. Roxy tried to fight back, but Brain Invader shouted in her head.
Obey me, Rocket Girl! Stop fighting!
Ugh!
Roxy thought.
I can't fight all three of these villains!
Suddenly, Private Benson grabbed Roxy and threw her. Bam! She landed inside an armored truck. Brain Invader's voice was gone. Roxy thought that was odd. Then she realized something.
This truck is made of steel. And a steel pole stopped Private Benson. The cells in Dr. Chen's lab are made of steel. Steel blocks Brain Invader's power.
Private Benson and the actor started to run away.
I have to stop them!
Roxy said.
Help!
A voice called out. Roxy spun around and saw a military truck. She used her X-ray vision. General Waltz was tied up inside. Roxy flew over and pulled the door open. She untied the general.
I'm happy to see you,
General Waltz said.
Dr. Chen was going to use the cure this morning, but then she refused. She released those villains and they kidnapped me.
Roxy blinked in surprise.
I think she's going to take over the military,
General Waltz said.
Maybe even the world.
Rocket Girl, Big Trouble in Metro City. Episode 11, The Last Dose. Roxy gasped.
Dr. Chen could be Brain Invader.
General Waltz nodded.
I think she is.
Don't worry, General,
Roxy said.
I'll stop her. First, I have to catch Private Benson and Mighty Man. They stole a lot of... General Waltz?
The general was gone. Roxy scratched her head. Then she groaned.
Ugh! He tricked me! Maybe he's Brain Invader! I hope Dr. Chen's okay.
She opened her watch and called Dr. Chen. The scientist didn't answer. Roxy flew to the lab. She went inside and looked around.
Rocket Girl,
Dr. Chen was locked in a cell.
I'm glad you're here. General Waltz is Brain Invader. He locked me in here.
Roxy opened the cell door and bit her lip. What if General Waltz was telling the truth? What if Dr. Chen was lying?
Ugh!
Roxy thought. She didn't know who was telling the truth.
General Waltz said that you're Brain Invader.
Roxy said.
He said you refused to use the cure.
Dr. Chen sighed.
I was going to use the cure, but he controlled my mind and made me stop. I had several doses of the cure on my workbench. He stole them.
Roxy took a deep breath.
I believe you, but how will we stop General Waltz?
Dr. Chen smiled.
I have one dose left. I hid it in my pocket.
You're a genius!
Roxy said. Dr. Chen chuckled.
Well, I am a scientist.
I'll cure General Waltz.
Roxy said.
Then he won't be able to control anyone.
He's probably at Army headquarters.
Dr. Chen said.
But if you go there, he'll control you.
Nope,
Roxy said.
Steel blocks his power. I hope you don't mind, but I need the steel from this cell.
Go ahead,
Dr. Chen said. Whiz-hoo! Roxy's eye laser beams cut a piece from the wall. Using her heat vision, she heated it up. It grew soft. She bent and twisted the steel. Soon, she had a helmet. Roxy kept working. A few minutes later, she wore a shiny steel suit.
Now the General can't control me.
Perfect.
Dr. Chen gave Roxy the device.
I'll make more doses for Private Benson and Mighty Man. Oh, and the skunk.
Zoom! Roxy shot out of the lab. She flew toward Army headquarters.
Stop right there!
A voice shouted. Roxy gulped. Dozens of soldiers blocked the entrance. Rocket Girl, Big Trouble in Metro City. Episode 12, Roxy's Cure.
Brain Invader is probably controlling those soldiers.
Roxy thought.
I don't want to hurt them.
Suddenly, a giant skunk crashed through the entrance.
It sprayed the soldiers. They held their noses and ran.
Yuck!
Run for your lives!
The skunk is huge!
Roxy thought. Roxy hurried into the building and saw a Brain Invader. She held up the device.
I'm here to cure you!
Brain Invader didn't say anything. Roxy scratched her head.
Why aren't you talking?
The villain made a fist.
I'm trying to talk in your head.
Roxy laughed.
That won't work now! My steel suit blocks your power!
She shot toward the villain. Crash! Private Benson smashed through a wall. She stomped after Roxy. Splat! Splat! Mighty Man shot slime. Roxy zigzagged to avoid it. Then she felt a big hand grab her foot.
You can't escape, Rocket Girl!
Private Benson said. Roxy kicked and kicked, but Private Benson didn't let go. Splat! Slime hit Roxy. Roxy slowly moved toward Brain Invader. Private Benson held on. More slime hit Roxy. Her feet stuck to the floor. Brain Invader was still far away. Splat! Slime pinned Roxy's left arm to her side. She held up the device with her free hand. Roxy pressed a trigger. Mist shot from the device. She blew her super breath. Whoosh! The mist flew toward Brain Invader.
The villain took off his mask.
He looked confused.
What's going on?
Private Benson let go of Roxy.
Sorry, Rocket Girl.
Brain Invader controlled us,
The Mighty Man actor said.
I know!
Roxy freed herself from the slime. She looked at the general.
What's the last thing you remember?
General Waltz scratched his head.
I remember old Misty erupting.
The next morning, Roxy returned to Dr. Chen's lab. Dr. Chen looked happy.
I cured the skunk. I also cured Private Benson and Mighty Man. They don't remember anything.
Great!
Roxy said.
I guess things are normal again.
The cure will work on you too, Rocket Girl.
Dr. Chen held the device.
You can be a normal kid if you want.
Really?
Roxy said. Thoughts filled her head.
I could have more fun with my friends.
But then she remembered times when she saved her friends and others.
Only Rocket Girl can do that.
She thought. Roxy shook her head.
No thanks, Dr. Chen. I'm not normal. I'm Rocket Girl, and people need me.
Rocket Girl vs. Kid Comet, Episode 1, Space Beams. Officer Wells was on the space station. Thud! The space station shook.
Something hit the space station.
Officer Wells went outside to see what it was. Broken pieces of a satellite floated in space. One of the pieces sparkled.
Wow!
Officer Wells smiled.
A crystal!
He brought it inside the space station. A spaceship was flying nearby.
Calling planet Delcor Space Base.
The pilot said.
Someone just stole a power crystal!
Mert sniffed the air.
Yuck! We're having space beans for lunch today?
It was Monday morning at Delcor Elementary School. The students were on their way to class.
Space beans are the worst.
Drup said.
They're gross and smelly.
They make me burp,
Febby said. Mert laughed.
You burp all the time anyway, Febby.
Space beans aren't bad.
Coslin said. Everyone looked at Coslin in shock.
They're not bad?
Mert said.
Nope.
Coslin said.
They're horrible.
Everyone laughed. They went into their classroom. Mr. Jex had tests to grade. The students read quietly. Mert put down his book.
Maybe Kid Comet can help us,
he whispered.
Help us with what?
Febby asked.
She can save us from the space beans,
Mert said. Drup snorted.
That's silly.
Mr. Jex looked up from his desk. Shh! Drup grinned.
Sorry.
I'm serious,
Mert whispered.
Kid Comet is the best superhero on planet Delcor. Remember when she saved Delcor from the giant space blob?
Yeah,
Febby whispered.
She also stopped Zard from turning our ocean into lava.
Drup looked thoughtful.
Maybe this is a good idea.
Coslin rolled her eyes.
You guys are silly. Kid Comet has more important things to do. She can't save us from space beans.
Mert gave her a suspicious look.
How do you know?
Coslin didn't answer as she heard a quiet beep.
King Radnick is calling me,
she thought. She raised her hand.
Mr. Jax, can I, go to the restroom?
Don't take too long,
Mr. Jex said. Coslin hurried into the hallway. She looked around to make sure she was alone. Then she opened her watch.
King Radnick, what's wrong?
We need your help, Kid Comet,
the king said.
Someone stole a power crystal.
Coslin scratched her head.
Why would someone steal a power crystal? Everyone gets them for free.
I don't know,
King Radnick said.
but please report to Planet Delcor Space Base.
Don't worry.
Coslin said.
Kid Comet is on her way.
Rocket Girl vs. Kid Comet, Episode 2, The Thief.
I have to get to Planet Delcor Space Base.
Coslin thought.
Someone stole a power crystal.
Power crystals were very important on Delcor. Vehicles, spaceships, and homes ran on power crystals. But it didn't make sense. Everyone got power crystals for free. Why would someone steal one? Coslin peeked into her classroom.
I'll be right back, Mr. Jex. Principal Plip needs me to help him with, something.
Mr. Jex was still grading tests.
That's fine.
Coslin ran outside and shot into the sky.
Look!
Mert said.
It's Kid Comet!
The students ran to the window.
Woohoo! Go Kid Comet!
Coslin arrived at Planet Delcor Space Base. She found Detective Borzon. He was the lead detective on Delcor. He was talking to a spaceship pilot.
Hey, Detective.
Coslin said.
You can't take flying lessons now. We have a crime to solve.
Detective Borzon groaned.
Very funny, Kid Comet. I'm talking to a witness. This is Quaz. He saw the crystal thief.
I still don't understand.
Coslin said.
Why would someone on Delcor steal a free power crystal?
Detective Borzon shrugged.
Maybe the thief wants more power.
The thief isn't from Delcor,
Quaz said.
The thief is an alien.
Detective Borzon's eyes went wide.
What?
I was on a mission to find a missing satellite,
Quaz said.
I found it after it crashed into a space station. It wasn't a Delcor space station, though. It was an alien space station.
He turned on a computer.
Watch this. It's a video I took from my spaceship.
Coslin and the detective saw the space station and broken satellite pieces. One piece sparkled.
That's the satellite's power crystal,
Coslin said.
Yes, keep watching,
Quaz said. An alien appeared.
Whoa!
Coslin said. The alien grabbed the crystal. Then he went back into the space station. Detective Borzon made a fist.
No wonder you called us. This is a serious crime.
Quaz nodded.
Don't worry.
Coslin said.
I'll find that space station and our crystal.
She shot into the sky.
Wait!
Quaz cried.
Come back!
Coslin flew back down.
What's wrong?
The crystal isn't on that space station anymore,
Quaz said.
How do you know?
Coslin asked.
Every power crystal has a tracking device,
Quaz said. He opened another program on his computer.
The crystal left the space station earlier today. Let's see where it is now.
He gulped.
The crystal is on an alien planet!
Rocket Girl vs. Kid Comet, Episode 3, The Alien Planet.
I can still get that power crystal back,
Coslin said. Detective Borzon frowned.
But it's on another planet.
Coslin laughed.
I'm a superhero detective. I can do anything I want.
Take this.
Quaz handed Coslin a small device.
It's a tracker. It will track the crystal.
Thanks.
Coslin flew high above Delcor. The tracker showed her which direction to fly. Zoom! She shot through space. Soon she saw a blue and green planet.
That's the alien planet,
Coslin thought. The tracker led her to a big city. Aliens were everywhere.
This place is strange,
Coslin thought. She arrived at a huge building. She saw lots of rockets. A sign read Metro City Space Agency. The tracker beeped. Coslin grinned.
The power crystal is inside this building,
She thought. She walked toward a wall. Zip! Coslin slipped through the wall. She hurried down a hallway and into a room. Two aliens were studying the power crystal.
This crystal is very interesting,
One alien said.
I wonder what it does.
The other alien said. Zoom! Coslin moved so fast, she was invisible. One alien gasped.
The crystal just disappeared.
An alarm went off. Aliens ran into the room. Coslin stopped for a second. One alien saw her.
There's the thief!
He yelled.
She's fast.
Someone said.
Call Rocket Girl.
Coslin moved through another wall. Zim! When she got outside, she saw lots of vehicles. One vehicle had a weapon. Zap! Coslin shot a laser from her hand. Boom! The vehicle's weapon exploded. An alien climbed out of the vehicle.
Now I'll go home.
Coslin started to fly away. Whizzoo! Laser beams hit her.
Ouch!
Coslin looked back. An alien flew toward her. The alien wore a blue suit and a cape.
Nobody shoots me.
Coslin said.
I'm Kid Comet.
Well, I'm Rocket Girl.
Roxy said.
And you're a thief.
I'm not a thief.
Coslin said. Zap! Coslin shot another laser. It knocked Roxy backward. Coslin flew away. But Roxy soon caught up to her. The two superheroes fought in the air. Bam! They slammed onto a street. As Coslin stood up, Roxy blew hard. Whoosh! Coslin rolled backward.
Grr.
Coslin held up her hand again. Zap! Whiz-hoo! Roxy fired her eye laser beams. The laser beams hit each other and exploded. Kaboom! Coslin fell backward and so did Roxy. A building started to fall over. Everyone inside screamed. Rocket Girl vs. Kid Comet, Episode 4, The Power Crystal. Coslin rubbed her head.
That was a big explosion. Help!
An alien cried. Coslin gasped.
That building is falling over.
She flew fast.
Grr.
She slowly pushed the building back up. But now it leaned the other way, and bricks were falling. Bricks fell toward an old alien. Zoom! Coslin quickly saved her.
Thank you, Rocket. Oh, you're not Rocket Girl.
The alien said.
Nope.
Coslin said.
I'm Kid Comet. But why did you think I was Rocket Girl? She's a villain.
No way.
The alien said.
Rocket Girl is a hero.
There was a loud groan. The building was falling again. More bricks fell. Coslin caught the bricks. She pushed the building again, but it was still leaning.
I can't do this by myself.
Coslin looked around. Roxy was still lying in the street. She was knocked out. Coslin took out her power crystal.
I hope this works.
She put the crystal in Roxy's hand. The crystal glowed brightly. Roxy's eyes flew open.
What happened?
We caused an explosion.
Coslin put the crystal in her pocket.
I need your help. We have to save everyone.
She pointed at the building.
Follow me!
Roxy shot into the air. Roxy flew on one side of the building. Coslin flew on the other side. They both pushed carefully. Finally, the building stood still.
This building will fall down soon,
Roxy said.
I have to move it. But there are people inside. I can't move it safely.
Zoom! Coslin disappeared. A moment later, all the people stood on the street below.
Whoa!
Roxy said. Coslin grinned.
I can move pretty fast.
Roxy lifted the building and carried it away from the city.
Wow!
Coslin thought.
She's strong.
How did you wake me up?
Roxy asked. Coslin showed her the power crystal. Roxy frowned.
Is that what you stole?
It was stolen from one of my planet's satellites.
Coslin said. She told Roxy about Delcor and the power crystals.
Sorry,
Roxy said.
No problem.
Coslin said.
I'm glad I met you. I always wondered if there was anyone else like me.
Roxy smiled.
Me too.
Coslin returned to school. Everyone was outside at recess.
Did I miss anything?
She asked. Febby burped.
You missed the gross space beans.
You also missed Kid Comet.
Mert gave her a suspicious look.
You're never around when she is.
Coslin shrugged. Then she picked up a ball.
Let's play.
Rocket Girl versus the Metro City Good Student Society. Episode 1. Terrell's Clock Time Video. Two guys were talking. They looked mean and tough.
What should we do this weekend, Buster?
One guy asked. Buster shrugged.
I don't know, Carl. Do you want to rob a bank?
No way!
Carl said.
Rocket Girl will catch us.
Buster shook his head.
I don't like Rocket Girl. Bad guys like us can't do anything in Metro City. There must be a way to get rid of her.
Carl nodded.
I wish we knew who she was.
Mara said.
I still don't know how to do this math problem.
Roxy and her friends were studying for a math test.
Let me see.
Terrell said.
Maybe I can help you.
This stuff is confusing.
Roxy said.
How are you doing, Jack?
Huh?
Jack looked up from his phone. Roxy rolled her eyes.
You're supposed to be studying, Jack.
Jack put down his phone.
I know.
The friends worked quietly. Mara nodded as Terrell explained the math problem.
Thanks, Terrell.
Mara said.
I'm not very good at math. Yet.
That's right.
Terrell said.
You'll get better. It just takes practice.
Jack picked up his phone again. Suddenly, he started laughing.
What are you watching?
Roxy asked. Jack showed her his phone.
Terrell made a clock time video.
Roxy looked at the phone's cracked screen. She giggled.
Terrell, is that the Rocket Girl Dance Challenge?
Yeah,
Terrell said.
I made it yesterday. It took me 2 days to learn to dance.
The friends watched the video. Terrell danced. At the end, he yelled,
I'm Rocket Girl's #1 fan.
Roxy gave him a funny look. Terrell grinned.
I need to learn that dance.
Mara got up and danced.
Maybe Rocket Girl will make a video too,
Jack said.
She would never do that.
Roxy said. Mara and Jack looked confused.
How do you know that?
Jack asked. Roxy gulped.
Jack, your phone is cracked.
Terrell said quickly. Jack shrugged.
I know, I dropped it.
You should be more careful with it.
Terrell said.
Phew!
Roxy thought.
Terrell always knows when to help me.
Just then she heard a beep. She thought it was her watch. But Terrell picked up his phone.
I got an email from school,
he said.
Oh, wow!
What is it?
Roxy asked.
The Metro City Good Student Society contacted our school.
Terrell said.
They want to give me an award.
Rocket Girl versus the Metro City Good Student Society. Episode 2. The Professors.
Wow!
Terrell said.
I won an award for my good grades.
Congratulations!
Jack said. Morris smiled.
You deserve it, Terrell. You're a great student.
Roxy had a suspicious look on her face.
I've never heard of the Metro City Good Student Society.
What's wrong, Roxy?
Jack asked.
Are you jealous of Terrell?
You should be happy for him.
Morris said.
Yeah.
Terrell said.
I work hard in school.
Roxy held up her hands.
Okay, I'm happy for you, Terrell.
The next day after school, Terrell arrived at 73 Aspen Street. A piece of paper was taped to the door. It read, Metro City Good Student Society Building.
That's odd.
Terrell thought.
Building is spelled wrong.
Suddenly, he remembered Roxy's suspicious look. Was Roxy right to be suspicious, or was she just jealous? Finally, he shrugged.
I really want that award.
He rang the bell. The door opened. 2 men stood inside. Each one wore a bow tie and glasses.
Come in, Terrell.
One man said.
I'm Carl. I mean, Professor Carl. And this is Professor Buster.
They sat down at a table. Buster poured some tea for everyone.
So you get good grades, huh?
Carl asked.
I do.
Terrell said.
I study really hard and do all of my work.
That's great, young man.
Buster said.
We're smart too. We read books and we study things.
You're both professors,
Terrell said.
Do you teach at Metro City University?
Carl scratched his head.
Yeah. I teach science stuff.
Buster nodded.
And I teach, gym class.
Gym class?
Terrell thought.
That's odd.
Do you have a lot of friends?
Carl asked.
Yes,
Terrell said.
I have some really good.
Are any of those friends super?
Buster interrupted. Carl leaned forward.
Do any of them have superpowers?
Terrell gulped.
Why are you asking me that?
Buster stood up.
You know Rocket Girl, don't you?
Terrell tried to stay calm.
Of course not.
You did the Rocket Girl Dance Challenge,
Carl said.
You said you were her #1 fan.
That doesn't mean I know her.
Terrell said.
Yes, it does,
Carl said.
You're a kid, she's a kid, so you must know her. Tell us who she is right now.
I don't know her.
Terrell repeated. Carl and Buster scowled. Then Carl grabbed him and took his phone. They brought him upstairs and threw him in a room. As the lock clicked, Terrell swallowed hard. Rocket Girl versus the Metro City Good Student Society. Episode 3. Prisoners. Roxy called Terrell. He didn't answer. She left a message.
I'm sorry about yesterday, Terrell. Congratulations on your award.
She hung up.
I hope he's not mad at me.
Let me out!
Terrell banged on the door.
Tell us who Rocket Girl is!
Buster yelled.
I don't know who she is!
Terrell shouted. He sat down and sighed.
Roxy was right to be suspicious. I wish I could call her, but those guys took my phone.
Someone knocked on the front door. Buster put on a baseball cap. Carl put on a football shirt and opened the door. A kid stood outside.
Hi, I'm here for the Metro City Sports Club.
Buster smiled.
Come in, Finn.
Thanks.
Finn said.
I'm excited for my football award.
Do you know Rocket Girl?
Carl asked. Finn scratched his head.
No.
You did the Rocket Girl Dance Challenge,
Buster said.
You must know her. Tell us who she is.
I don't know her.
Finn said.
You're not leaving until you tell us.
Buster brought Finn upstairs. He pushed him into the room. The door slammed shut.
Finn!
Terrell said.
What are you doing here?
Finn sighed.
I thought I was winning an award. Those guys said they were the Metro City Sports Club, but they tricked me. They think I know who Rocket Girl is.
Ugh.
Terrell said.
They tricked me too.
Roxy left another message for Terrell.
Who keeps calling Terrell?
Carl asked. Buster looked at Terrell's phone and shrugged.
Some girl named Roxy. She's probably just one of his friends.
Someone knocked on the door.
Ling is here,
Carl said. Terrell looked up as the door opened again. Now Carl was wearing a top hat. He pushed Ling into the room. Ling stomped her foot.
I don't know Rocket Girl.
She sighed.
Those guys aren't really the Metro City Jazz Dance Club.
Soon another girl was brought in. Her name was Emily.
I thought I was getting an award. They're not the Metro City Poet Society.
Did you both do the Rocket Girl Dance Challenge?
Terrell asked. The girls nodded.
They tricked all of us,
Terrell said.
They won't let us leave.
This is terrible,
Finn said.
We're doomed,
Emily said.
I hope Rocket Girl saves us,
Ling said. Terrell made a fist.
Rocket Girl doesn't know we're here, so it's up to us to save ourselves. We're going to escape.
Rocket Girl versus the Metro City Good Student Society. Episode 4, The Escape.
We have to escape,
Terrell said.
Let's look for a way out.
Everyone looked around the room. Emily found a wire coat hanger. Terrell untwisted the hanger.
I read about this in a spy book,
he said. He carefully pushed the wire into the lock. Click! Buster yelled from downstairs.
Don't try to escape!
We won't,
Finn said. Terrell quietly opened the door. The kids tiptoed downstairs. Buster and Carl were in the front room. Ling bit her lip.
How will we get past them?
Terrell had a plan. He whispered it. Everyone smiled. Terrell and Finn hid. Emily and Ling tiptoed down the hallway. Then they started doing the Rocket Girl Dance Challenge, loudly. Buster and Carl ran into the hallway. Finn tackled them from behind. Buster said. Terrell ran to the front door.
Oh no! It's locked!
Help!
Finn shouted. Terrell spun around. The villains were tying up the other kids. Carl pointed at Terrell.
Get him!
Buster ran toward Terrell. Terrell ran and slid. Buster tripped over him. Terrell ran into the front room and locked the door.
Yes!
Terrell thought, spotting his phone on the table. He called Roxy.
Terrell!
Roxy said.
I thought you were mad at me.
Of course not.
Terrell whispered.
But I'm in trouble. Bad guys tricked me and some other kids.
Roxy gasped.
Where are you?
Buster pounded on the door.
We're at 73 Aspen Street,
Terrell said. Terrell hung up and opened the door. He sighed.
I'll tell you who Rocket Girl is.
Who is she?
Carl asked.
She's a superhero,
Terrell said. Buster groaned.
We know that! She's brave,
Terrell said.
She has a good sense of humor. And she's going to be here, right
He looked out the window and smiled.
now!
Crash! Roxy burst into the house. Finn, Ling, and Emily cheered.
Woohoo! Rocket Girl!
Buster and Carl held up their hands.
We give up!
They said.
Good!
Roxy said.
You're both going to jail!
Police officers took Buster and Carl away. Roxy untied everyone.
I'm so excited to meet you!
Emily said.
You're the best!
Finn said.
Will you do the Rocket Girl dance challenge with us?
Ling asked. Terrell shook his head.
Rocket Girl has more important things to...
Roxy laughed.
Sure.
Jack's phone beeped.
Terrell sent me a video.
He and Mara watched.
Cool!
Mara said.
He's dancing with other kids from school.
Jack smiled.
And Rocket Girl.
Rocket Girl vs. Quake Man, Episode 1, The Wrong Ice Cream. A delivery truck drove down a highway. The driver's belly growled.
I'm hungry,
He said.
I'll stop for lunch soon.
Brackakack! Brackakack!
Is that a jackhammer?
The driver thought. A big crack formed in the road. The driver slammed on the brakes. A man threw open the door. The truck shook. The driver screamed. It was lunchtime at Metro City Elementary School. Roxy and her friends were in line for ice cream treats. Jack swung his meal cart around. He almost hit Mara.
Watch out!
Mara said.
Sorry.
Jack said.
There's a new ice cream sandwich.
Terrell said.
It has fudge in it. I'm going to try it.
Jack's eyes went wide.
Me too. That sounds awesome.
His meal cart swung in a big loop. Mara jumped back.
You almost hit me again!
Jack grinned.
Sorry again.
What are you getting, Roxy?
Terrell asked.
A rocket pop?
Roxy chuckled.
No, Terrell. I'm going to try that new ice cream sandwich too.
I'm getting a fudge pop.
Mara said.
That's what I always get. It's my favorite.
Next.
The cafeteria worker said. Jack was still swinging his meal card. He quickly reached into the freezer. He grabbed an ice cream. Then he swiped his card. Roxy, Mara, and Terrell got their ice cream treats. They returned to their table. Terrell took a bite of the new ice cream sandwich.
Whoa! This is the best!
Mara grinned.
We should get ice cream every day.
Jack looked at his ice cream and groaned.
What's wrong?
Roxy asked.
I wanted that new ice cream sandwich,
Jack said.
but I accidentally picked out an orange ice pop.
That's because you weren't paying attention.
Terrell said.
You were too busy playing with your meal card.
Jack sighed.
I wish Rocket Girl could help me.
Roxy rolled her eyes.
Rocket Girl can't help you get a new ice cream, Jack.
No,
Jack said.
but maybe she can teach me to pay attention. She fights villains. She probably has to pay attention all the time.
Roxy started to open her ice cream sandwich. It looked delicious. Suddenly, her watch beeped.
I'll be right back.
She hurried out of the cafeteria.
Mayor Bloom,
She said.
what's wrong?
Rocket Girl,
The mayor said.
we need your help. A delivery truck was stolen on Route 80.
Don't worry, Mayor.
Roxy said.
I'm on my way!
Rocket Girl vs. Quakeman, Episode 2, A Mattress Thief. Roxy ran outside. She shot into the air.
I wish I could eat my ice cream sandwich,
Roxy thought.
but I have more important things to do now. I have to find out who stole the delivery truck.
Roxy flew over Route 80. She saw a big crack in the road.
Whoa!
Roxy said.
Was there an earthquake?
She saw Detective Smith talking to a truck driver. She flew down.
Hey, Detective.
Roxy said.
I know you're angry that a truck was stolen, but you shouldn't smash the road.
Detective Smith rolled his eyes.
Very funny, Rocket Girl. I didn't smash the road.
Quakeman did that.
The truck driver said.
Who's Quakeman?
Roxy asked.
He's the guy who stole my truck.
The driver said. Just then, his belly growled. He shook his head.
Sorry about that. I still haven't had lunch today.
Detective Smith took out his notepad.
Tell us everything that happened.
The driver nodded.
Okay, I was driving. Suddenly the road shook. Big cracks formed all over it. I slammed on my brakes.
What happened after that?
Roxy asked.
A guy opened the door.
The driver said.
He called himself Quakeman. He told me to get out of the truck. Then he got in and drove away.
I don't understand.
Detective Smith said.
How did Quakeman break the road?
He had a huge arm.
The driver said.
It looked like a machine or a jackhammer. He used it to break the road.
Oh boy.
Roxy said.
Quakeman sounds dangerous. I have to stop him.
I forgot to ask.
Detective Smith said.
What was in the truck? It must be something valuable. Maybe jewelry or money or artwork?
Nope.
The driver said.
The truck's filled with mattresses.
Roxy raised an eyebrow.
Mattresses?
Yep.
The driver said. Detective Smith tapped his chin.
They must be expensive mattresses, right?
The driver shook his head.
They're cheap mattresses. I was going to deliver them to Mattress Mart. There's a big sale this weekend.
That's odd.
Roxy said.
Why would a thief steal a truck filled with cheap mattresses?
Detective Smith's phone rang.
Hello? Really? That's strange. We'll be there right away.
He put his phone away.
Quakeman stole another truck,
he said.
You'll never believe what was in it.
What was in it?
Roxy asked. Detective Smith snorted.
Bananas!
The driver's belly growled again. Rocket Girl vs. Quakeman, Episode 3, Cracks.
We have to find that truck,
Detective Smith said.
The driver is a few miles north. Rocket Girl? Oh, you're still here. You usually fly away.
I'm too confused to fly right now.
Roxy said.
Did you say Quakeman stole a banana truck?
Detective Smith nodded. Roxy scratched her head.
Why is he stealing mattresses and bananas?
The detective shrugged.
It is pretty weird.
Vroom! A truck zoomed by. A banana was painted on the side. Roxy gasped.
Is that Quakeman?
Roxy followed the truck. The truck soon left the highway. It drove into a neighborhood. The driver looked out the window. He saw Roxy and drove faster.
That's suspicious.
Roxy thought.
He must be Quakeman.
The speeding truck almost hit someone. Roxy grabbed the truck and stopped it. The driver jumped out. His right arm looked like a jackhammer.
Rocket Girl, how dare you stop Quakeman!
You're under arrest,
Roxy said.
Nobody arrests Quakeman!
The villain pressed a button on his jackhammer arm. Brack-a-cack! Brack-a-cack! The arm pounded the street. The street shook. Chunks of pavement broke loose.
Whoa!
Roxy lost her balance. Quakeman pumped his fist.
Yes, Quakeman is an excellent villain!
A traffic light fell over and crashed onto the street. A taxi skidded. Bang! A second car hit the taxi. The sidewalk split apart. A group of people fell into the crack.
Ah! Help!
Quakeman gulped.
Oh boy, I didn't mean to do that.
Roxy flew over and looked down. She saw a woman dusting herself off.
Are you okay?
Roxy asked.
We're okay,
The woman said.
but we're stuck down here.
Don't worry.
Roxy said.
I'll get you all out.
Quakeman bit his lip. He got back in the truck and drove off. He soon arrived at a warehouse. He drove in and parked next to the mattress truck. The warehouse was filled with stuff. There were socks, folding chairs, and buckets of paint. Big bags of dog food sat near boxes of paper towels. There were other things too. None of it was valuable. Quakeman opened the back of the truck. He slapped his forehead.
Bananas?
He groaned.
There's even a banana on the side of the truck. Why didn't I see that?
Quakeman flopped onto a mattress.
I'm a terrible villain. And I almost hurt those people.
He sighed.
Quakeman stinks.
Rocket Girl vs. Quakeman, Episode 4, Trouble in the Warehouse.
Crime stinks,
Quakeman said.
Plus, people got hurt.
He stood up.
I'll return everything and get a real job.
The villain lifted a bag of dog food. It bumped the button on his jackhammer arm. Rack-a-cack! Rack-a-cack! The arm shook. The bag exploded. Quakeman fell over. He hit the button to turn off the arm, but it didn't work.
Oh no!
The jackhammer arm shook the floor. The warehouse started to crumble. Bricks smashed down and blocked the exit.
Quakeman is trapped!
Roxy got the last person out of the crack.
Thanks, Rocket Girl,
he said.
No problem.
Roxy shot into the air.
Where did Quakeman go?
Something rumbled in the distance. Using her super hearing, she heard bricks falling. Roxy flew toward the sound. She gasped.
That warehouse is falling apart!
Roxy flew inside.
Help!
Quakeman said.
My jackhammer arm is out of control!
Roxy tried to grab the arm. Whack! The arm knocked her back.
Sorry,
Quakeman said. Roxy pinned the villain to the floor.
Press the tab near my shoulder.
Quakeman said.
Then I can pull my arm out.
Roxy pressed the tab. Quakeman pulled his arm out. Roxy smashed the jackhammer arm. Smash! Quakeman sighed.
Thank you.
You're in big trouble!
Roxy said. Quakeman looked down.
I'm sorry. I wanted to impress my family. They're all villains.
He sighed.
But crime is bad and I'm not good at it. I'm going to return everything.
Roxy smiled.
Good! I'll help you!
Roxy and Quakeman returned everything. They brought the mattresses to Mattress Mart.
These mattresses are great,
Quakeman said to a customer.
Do you work here?
The customer asked.
You don't have a name tag.
Quakeman held out his hand.
No, but my name is, Mattress Man! And this is the most comfortable kind of mattress. In fact, I was just lying on one today.
Okay, I'll buy one,
the customer said.
You're a great salesman,
The store owner said.
Do you want a job?
Quakeman grinned.
Mattress Man would love that.
Roxy returned to school. Her class was playing basketball.
Guess what, Roxy?
Terrell whispered.
Rocket Girl helped Jack get a new ice cream.
Roxy scratched her head.
How did I do that? I wasn't even here!
Terrell laughed.
He ate yours.
Roxy laughed. Then she shouted.
Jack! You owe me an ice cream!
Rocket Girl and the Haunted House, Episode 1, 13 Gloom Street. It was late afternoon. A car pulled into a driveway on Gloom Street.
We're here,
a man said.
13 Gloom Street, our new home.
A boy got out of the car.
It looks creepy.
His mom smiled.
The house is just old, Sam.
It's a historic house,
Sam's dad said.
We'll fix it up and then sell it for lots of money.
They went inside. Spooky shadows danced along the walls. Cobwebs hung from corners. The floors creaked and groaned. Sam gulped.
I don't like this place.
Don't worry,
Dad said.
As soon as we fix it up, it'll...
A glowing creature popped out of her room.
Ah!
Dad cried.
The house is haunted!
This movie is scary.
Terrell held his hands over his eyes.
Let's watch a funny movie instead.
No way!
Jack said.
This one is Ghost House 5. It's the best.
Roxy and her friends were watching a movie at Mara's house. Mara was also covering her eyes. She peeked and screamed.
Mara doesn't like it either,
Terrell said.
Are you kidding?
Mara said.
I love it! That monster is so...
Mara covered her eyes again. Roxy laughed.
It's just a movie, Terrell.
Suddenly, another monster popped out. Roxy jumped and spilled popcorn. Everyone laughed except Terrell. Finally, the movie ended. Terrell sighed with relief.
I love that movie.
Jack said.
The best part is when the guy turns into an octopus.
I like the part with the bats.
Mara said.
It's late.
Terrell said.
I'm going home.
I should go home too.
Roxy said. Roxy and Terrell said goodbye to the others and left. Roxy could tell Terrell was still scared.
Think about something funny. That will get your mind off the movie.
Soon Terrell smiled.
What's so funny?
Roxy asked. Terrell chuckled.
You spilled your popcorn.
Roxy pretended to laugh.
Ha ha.
They turned onto Gloom Street. Roxy saw flashing lights from a police car. Detective Smith was talking to some people near an old house. A young boy looked scared.
I wonder what's going on,
Terrell said. Roxy ducked behind a shrub and came back as Rocket Girl.
Follow me.
Terrell hurried after her.
It's Rocket Girl,
The boy said.
Detective.
Roxy said.
What's going on?
Detective Smith sighed.
Nothing. These people think they saw something.
The man put his hands on his hips.
We did see it.
The woman bit her lip.
and it was a ghost!
Rocket Girl and the Haunted House, Episode 2, Elvis DeWitt. Terrell gulped. These people saw a ghost,
Ghost House 5 was scary.
Terrell thought.
A real ghost is even scarier.
Where was the ghost?
Roxy asked the family. The boy pointed to the old house. Terrell felt ill. The house looked very creepy. Detective Smith sighed.
Ghosts aren't real, kid.
They are too.
Another man said. He was running toward them. He carried a big backpack and a camera.
Who are you?
Detective Smith asked.
I'm Elvis DeWitt.
The man said.
I investigate ghosts and other strange things. Crazy stuff happens in our city.
He looked at Roxy.
Right, Rocket Girl?
Roxy nodded. Detective Smith yawned.
It's getting late. I'm going home.
He looked at the family.
Next time, don't call the police unless you have a real emergency.
Detective Smith drove off. Elvis began asking the man and woman all sorts of questions.
Let's go, Roxy.
Terrell said.
I don't want to see any more scary stuff tonight.
Wait!
Roxy said.
I don't know if these people really saw a ghost, but something in that house scared them. I should check it out.
Terrell bit his lip.
I'll wait here. I'm not going in that haunted house.
Roxy followed Elvis into the house. The place was spooky. The furniture was dusty. Cobwebs hung everywhere. Elvis went through the house, setting up all sorts of equipment.
These microphones will pick up voices from beyond,
he said.
I also have cameras, and sometimes ghosts turn the air cold. I'm placing thermometers everywhere.
Finally, he was done.
What do we do now?
Roxy asked. Elvis sat down in a chair.
We wait.
A few minutes passed. Then Roxy heard something. Thump! It came from upstairs. Bump!
Something's up there!
Elvis checked his laptop.
Let's see if any of my cameras saw it.
Roxy leaned in to see the video. She saw a dark hallway. Then she gasped. A glowing shape moved quickly. Elvis took a deep breath.
Oh boy! That's a ghost, all right. My equipment is picking up some strange electrical signals too. Let's go up and get a closer look.
Elvis grabbed a small camera. Roxy followed him up the stairs and into a dark hallway. There was a chill in the air. Suddenly, a glowing creature popped out of a room.
Ah!
Roxy cried. Elvis snapped a picture.
Yes! I got a picture of a real...
The ghost grabbed the camera and hurried away.
Hey!
Elvis shouted. Rocket Girl in the Haunted House, Episode 3, The Creature. The ghost hurried down the hallway. Zoom! Roxy flew after it.
Stop!
Roxy yelled. The ghost looked back and tripped on a rug. It fell into a small table. The table shook, and a flower pot fell on the ghost's head. Crack! The ghost stumbled backward and fell down the flight of stairs. Boom! Crash! It tumbled across the floor and into the wall. A picture fell off the wall and hit the ghost. Bonk! The ghost rubbed its head. Roxy rushed down to it.
Poor guy.
Roxy said.
Are you okay?
The ghost moved fast, but then, bam! It ran into another wall. Roxy grabbed the ghost.
You don't need to run away.
Elvis rushed over to Roxy.
You caught it!
Yes,
Roxy said.
but I don't think it's a ghost. Ghosts can move through walls. This creature keeps bumping into things. It's clumsy.
Elvis held a device toward the creature. Then he wrote in a notebook.
I don't know what this creature is,
He said.
I'll need to study it.
Roxy looked at the creature.
Can you talk?
The creature gave her a funny look.
Where did you come from?
Roxy asked. The creature pulled her toward the stairs.
Did you come from up there?
Roxy let the creature lead her. Elvis looked up from his notebook.
Where are you going?
I don't know,
Roxy said. The creature led her to the top of the stairs. They went down the hallway and into a room. Everything was covered in dust and cobwebs. The creature moved toward one wall.
That's just a wall.
Roxy said.
Where are you going?
Nowhere!
Elvis ran into the room and caught the creature with a sack. The creature moved around wildly, trying to get free. Elvis tried to hold the sack steady. He brought the creature downstairs to a small room. Roxy followed him.
What are you doing, Elvis? You're scaring it.
The creature squealed as Elvis placed it in a box.
I won't hurt it. I just want to study it for...
Suddenly, the house thumped and shook. Furniture fell over. Pictures fell from walls. Roxy peeked out of the room. The house was filled with creatures. They ran all over the place. One creature looked under a rug. A table tipped over. Crash! Another creature tried to look behind a bookshelf and knocked it over. Then a creature opened the front door. Creatures ran outside. People outside screamed. Rocket Girl and the Haunted House, Episode 4, Silly Ghosts. Terrell cried. Ghosts were everywhere. He quickly jumped behind a bush.
Help!
Someone called. It was Sam. He was surrounded by ghosts. He looked really scared.
I have to help him,
Terrell thought. He took a deep breath. Then he ran toward the ghosts, shouting. One ghost slammed into a fence. A second one tripped, crashing into a garbage can. Two bumped into each other as they ran away. Terrell folded his arms.
Those ghosts aren't scary.
Roxy was trying to stop the creatures, but there were too many.
Where are they coming from?
Roxy thought. One creature looked in a car. Then it got inside. Vroom! The car drove into a telephone pole. Bam! The creature jumped out, rubbing its head. The pole was leaning over. Roxy flew fast. She pushed the pole back up. Another car was about to crash into a house. Roxy swooped down and stopped the car. Creatures stumbled out of the car. Roxy said.
These creatures aren't attacking anyone, but they need to go back to where they came from.
More creatures ran out of the house. They looked around.
What are they looking for?
Roxy thought. Then she gasped.
Their friend!
She flew back inside. Elvis was hiding under a table. The box was nearby.
Help! Rocket Girl!
Elvis said. The box shook. The creature was trying to get out.
I think the creatures are looking for their friend.
Roxy opened the box. The creature hopped out. It let out a loud squawk. Suddenly, creatures packed the room. They surrounded the first one, squawking happily. They all hurried upstairs. Roxy followed them into the room. A glowing hole filled the wall.
A wormhole!
Roxy said.
The creatures are from a different world. They must have come here by accident.
Roxy watched them jump through. Soon, every creature was gone. The wormhole closed. Roxy let out a long breath.
Phew!
She went back downstairs. Elvis was sitting in a chair.
Metro City is crazy!
Terrell returned Sam to his parents.
Thank you,
Sam's mom said. Terrell smiled.
No problem.
Roxy grinned.
Nice work, Terrell.
Detective Smith arrived and got out of his car.
Hey, Detective.
Roxy said.
Are you here to help catch ghosts?
Detective Smith frowned.
Very funny. I forgot my notebook. Here it is.
He picked it up.
You should go home, Rocket Girl. There's nothing going on here.
Nope, nothing at all.
Roxy said as Detective Smith drove off. Terrell laughed. Rocket Girl vs. Boulder Bill. Episode 1, Grand Peak. Bill stood on the slope of Grand Peak. He smiled. This was the tallest mountain in Mountain National Park. He was climbing it. Bill was with a small group of climbers. They walked slowly in a line. Everyone was clipped to a rope. A mountain guide, Mark, led them. Mark shouted over the wind.
We're almost at the top! If you look up, you can see the summit!
Bill got excited.
Let's go faster!
He bumped into the climber in front of him.
Oof!
She fell down, pulling the rope with her.
Whoa!
Bill fell forward and into the deep snow. The rope got yanked. It pulled the next climber off balance. He fell sideways and slid. Suddenly, Bill felt the rope pull him. Now everyone was sliding. Mark quickly slammed an ice axe into the snow. The group stopped sliding. A moment later, they were back on their feet.
Don't try to go so fast, Bill,
Mark said.
It's dangerous. Plus, you could run out of energy. I don't want to carry you back down.
Bill grinned sheepishly.
Sorry.
The group continued up the mountain. The wind blew harder now. Snow began to fall. It grew thick, blocking Bill's view of the summit. Mark stopped and turned to face the group. He looked worried. Bill wondered what was wrong. Mark sighed.
I hate to say this, folks, but we need to turn back.
Bill gasped.
Why?
Mark held up his hands.
It's too risky to climb in this blizzard. We must go back down. We'll try to reach the summit tomorrow.
Good idea!
One climber said. Another climber nodded. I don't want to get lost or hurt! Bill unclipped himself from the rope.
No way! I paid a lot of money to climb this mountain.
Mark stood in front of him.
Bill, I'm responsible for you up here. And I'm telling you, this weather isn't safe!
Bill went around Mark and continued up the mountain.
Come back!
Mark shouted. Bill ignored him. He leaned into the wind and went up. Snow blew everywhere. The summit was very close now. Just a few more steps. Suddenly, a strong wind blew away some snow. It uncovered several rocks. One rock glowed.
That's odd,
Bill said. He picked up the rock. He saw a flash of energy. The mountain shook. Down below, the other climbers heard a roar. They looked up. Snow and ice tumbled toward them. Mark gasped.
Avalanche!
Rocket Girl vs. Boulder Bill. Episode 2. Metro City Rock Gym.
You can do it, Mara!
Terrell yelled. Roxy and her friends were at Metro City Rock Gym. They were rock climbing. Mara was almost at the top of a wall. She reached. Her fingers touched a hold, but then she slipped. A device lowered her slowly to the floor.
My turn!
Jack clipped himself to the rope. He started to climb. Then he looked down. He gulped.
What's wrong?
Terrell asked.
I don't like high places.
Jack said.
That's okay.
Mara said.
Just come back down.
Jack bit his lip.
Let go.
Roxy said.
I can't.
Jack said.
You won't get hurt.
Terrell said.
Just let go. You can do it, Jack.
Jack closed his eyes and let go. He slowly came back down. He quickly unclipped himself. Terrell went next. He went halfway up the wall before coming back down. Then Roxy tried. She climbed high but got stuck close to the top.
I don't know which hold to grab next.
She thought.
This isn't easy.
She let go and went back down to the floor. Jack was looking at his phone.
Whoa, another person saw the Rock Man.
Who's the Rock Man?
Roxy asked.
He's a monster in Mountain National Park.
Mara said.
Lots of people saw him this weekend.
Terrell shook his head.
There's no such thing as the Rock Man.
Oh, yeah?
Jack held out his phone.
Check out this video.
Everyone looked. Roxy saw a large figure. It seemed to be made of rocks. It ran through a forest. Terrell shrugged.
It's just a person in a costume.
No way!
Mara said.
It's the Rock Man. What do you think, Roxy?
Roxy scratched her head.
I don't know.
Just then, her watch beeped. Jack and Mara were still looking at Jack's phone. Roxy whispered to Terrell.
I'll be right back. Mayor Bloom needs me.
Terrell grinned.
Maybe he needs you to fight the Rock Man.
Roxy chuckled. She stepped away from her friends and opened her watch.
Hi, Mayor Bloom.
She smiled.
Is this about the Rock Man?
No.
Mayor Bloom said.
This is serious. There was an avalanche on Grand Peak yesterday.
Oh, no!
Roxy said.
Is everyone okay?
I don't know.
Mayor Bloom said.
There were some climbers on the mountain. Most of them are fine. But one climber is still missing. His name is Bill. Can you help the rescue workers search for him?
Of course, Mayor.
Roxy said.
I'm on my way!
Rocket Girl vs. Boulder Bill, Episode 3, The Missing Climber. Roxy flew to the bottom of Grand Peak. She looked around.
Where is everyone?
She thought. A rescue worker peeked out from behind a tree.
Rocket Girl, I'm glad you're here.
Did you find the missing climber yet?
Roxy asked. The man bit his lip.
Yes.
Roxy looked around.
Where is he?
A voice boomed.
I'm right here.
Roxy spun around. A huge monster stomped toward her. He was made of rocks. She gasped.
The Rockman!
My name is Boulder Bill,
the Rockman shouted. He ripped a tree out of the ground and threw it at Roxy. Roxy caught it and tossed it aside. Zoom! Roxy flew toward Bill. She held out her fist. Bam! Boulder Bill fell backward. He jumped back onto his feet. Pow! He hit Roxy.
Oof!
Splash! Roxy tumbled into a river. Boulder Bill shouted.
I paid lots of money to climb Grand Peak, and then I wasn't even allowed to reach the summit. So now nobody will enjoy the park.
He threw a boulder at Roxy. She punched it. The rock broke into dozens of pieces. She flew fast, slamming into the villain. The ground shook. Branches broke. Birds and other animals hurried away. Dr. Chen was in her lab. She was looking at something with a microscope. An assistant ran into the room. Did you hear about what happened in Mountain National Park? Dr. Chen looked up from the microscope.
I heard about the avalanche and the missing climber. Did they find him?
Well, I think so. The assistant showed her a picture on his phone. This is the Rockman. People keep seeing him in the park. But guess what? Nobody saw him before the climber went missing. Dr. Chen looked closely at the picture.
Do you think the Rockman is the missing climber?
The assistant nodded. It reminds me of what happened to Private Benson. She turned into Rumbler.
Maybe it's happening again.
Dr. Chen said.
Gather some equipment. We're going to Mountain National Park.
Roxy chased Boulder Bill up Grand Peak. Bill spun around to hit Roxy. Roxy moved out of the way. Then, pow! She hit the villain. He flew backward and landed on the summit. Roxy flew fast toward him, ready to hit him again. Just then, she smelled something. She sniffed.
That smells like smoke!
She looked down at the forest below. Roxy gasped.
A forest fire!
Rocket Girl vs. Boulder Bill, Episode 4, A Hero. Roxy glared at Boulder Bill.
This fight isn't over!
She flew back down the mountain. Smoke and flames filled the forest.
I'll use my freeze breath!
Roxy got ready.
Help!
Someone cried.
Oh no!
Roxy said.
There are people in the forest! My freeze breath will freeze them!
Roxy flew into the burning forest. She heard more people. A sign read Grand Peak Campground. Roxy gulped.
There must be a lot of campers trapped in this forest fire!
She found one family.
Rocket Girl!
A boy cheered.
Everyone, grab hands!
Roxy took the mom's hand. She flew them out of the forest. She saved a few more families. Then she went back for the last one.
Help us, Rocket Girl!
A man shouted. Roxy saw him peeking out of a tent. Crack! A burning tree fell. It was going to land on the tent. Suddenly, a huge monster appeared from the smoke.
Oh no!
Roxy cried.
It's Boulder Bill!
Bill leaned over the tent and blocked the tree. It broke over his back. He grabbed the people and ran fast.
What are you doing?
Roxy asked.
I'm helping,
Bill said. Now everyone was safe. Roxy blew her freeze breath. The flames quickly died down. Smoke drifted from the burnt trees.
The fire is out,
A woman said.
thanks to Rocket Girl.
And Boulder Bill,
A boy said.
he's a hero too.
Boulder Bill looked surprised. Then he turned to Roxy.
I'm sorry I fought you. I was just mad that I didn't reach the summit of Grand Peak.
Roxy grinned.
You reached the summit during our fight!
Boulder Bill chuckled.
Oh yeah.
An army helicopter landed nearby. Dr. Chen stepped out.
Hey, Dr. Chen!
Roxy said.
Hi, Rocket Girl.
Dr. Chen said. Then she looked at Bill. She held up a device. It beeped.
That's just what I expected.
Dr. Chen said.
You were infected with a mysterious energy. It's the same energy that came from the geyser a while ago.
Bill scratched his head.
I picked up a glowing rock on Grand Peak yesterday. The next thing I knew, I was like this.
Dr. Chen smiled.
I can cure you.
Bill tapped his chin.
No thanks. I want to stay this way and live in the park. I'll help people here.
Roxy gave him a funny look.
Really?
Boulder Bill looked at the campers and nodded.
Yep. Yesterday I was just Bill. But now I'm Boulder Bill, a hero.
Rocket Girl vs. Sir Dillard and his Brave Knights. Episode 1, The Kingdom Festival.
Cool!
Jack said.
A real knight!
Mara laughed.
That's not a real knight, Jack. It's just a person dressed up like a knight.
Roxy and her friends were at the Metro City Kingdom Festival. Lots of people wore costumes. They looked like people from a long time ago. A man sang and played a harp. A jester juggled.
Let's go!
Terrell said.
The jousting event is starting soon.
They found seats in the front row. Soon other people sat down. A fancy throne sat on a big stage.
This is exciting!
Roxy said. A horn blared. A man stepped onto the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen,
he said,
the Queen has arrived.
A woman dressed as a queen walked on stage. She waved to the crowd and then sat on the throne. The man held up a scroll.
By order of Her Majesty the Queen, let the jousting begin.
Soon it was Sir Dillard's turn.
Finally,
he thought. He rode his horse onto the field. The crowd cheered. In front of the stage, he bowed his head to the Queen. Then he rode to one end of the field, waving at everyone. A man handed him a lance and a shield. Sir Dillard raised his shield high.
For the Queen!
The crowd cheered again. A knight appeared at the other end of the field. After a horn blared, Sir Dillard raced toward him. Clash! His lance hit the other knight, but the knight stayed on his horse. Sir Dillard turned around and charged back toward the other knight. Suddenly, he heard a beep. He dropped his lance and stopped his horse. Then he ripped off his helmet.
What was that?
He yelled at the crowd. Everyone looked confused. Sir Dillard drew his sword.
Someone has a modern device, and it interrupted the Queen's jousting event.
I demand to know whose device made the noise.
A man raised his hand.
It was me. But it's not really a big deal.
How can you say such a thing?
Sir Dillard snapped. The man shrugged.
Sorry, but I got an important text. I'm helping to plan Metro City's new technology hub. Lots of technology companies will be moving in. We're having an opening ceremony next month.
People in the crowd began to talk.
Well, that sounds great.
Maybe I'll get a job there.
Sir Dillard grew furious.
A technology hub?
He thought.
In Metro City?
He made a fist.
I won't let that happen!
Rocket Girl vs. Sir Dillard and his Brave Knights. Episode 2. Victory! Sir Dillard looked at the new technology hub building. A crane lifted a steel beam up to workers on the roof. The knight saw a truck pull up to the entrance. A man got out and opened the back.
I have computers,
he said.
Where should I put them?
Second floor,
someone said. The truck driver grabbed a computer. He carried it toward the entrance.
I can't stand computers!
Sir Dillard charged toward the driver. Smash! Sir Dillard's lance went through the computer. Pieces flew everywhere. The driver fell backward.
Hey!
He shouted.
Why did you do that?
Your modern technology is an insult to the Queen,
Sir Dillard said. The driver scratched his head.
What are you talking about?
Sir Dillard didn't answer. He glanced over his shoulder and shouted.
Brave Knights! Attack!
2 knights ran over. One drew a sword and slashed the truck's tires.
Excellent work, Lady Jane,
Sir Dillard said. Lady Jane took off her helmet.
Thank you, sir.
Another knight picked up a computer and threw it. Smash! Then he kicked a window.
For the Queen!
He shouted. Sir Dillard puffed out his chest.
Wonderful, Sir Jerry!
The knights continued to smash things. The workers dropped their tools and ran.
Knights are attacking us!
Run for your lives!
Sir Dillard held up his sword.
Victory!
Lady Jane and Sir Jerry held up their swords.
Victory!
Sir Dillard got down from his horse. He walked to the building's entrance.
I claim this building for Her Majesty the Queen!
He turned to face the other knights.
Metro City has enough technology. Everywhere I look, I see computers, smartphones, and electrical wires. Thanks to you, brave knights, this technology hub will never be finished.
Hooray!
The knights shouted.
That Kingdom Festival was fun.
Jack waved around a plastic sword. Roxy and her friends were in Mara's backyard.
I have a bad feeling about Sir Dillard,
Roxy said.
He got really angry about that guy's phone.
Mara chuckled.
He was just pretending. It's part of his act.
Yeah,
Jack said.
He's supposed to be a knight, so he was acting like he didn't know what a phone is.
He also acted like the Queen is really a queen,
Terrell said. Just then, Roxy's watch beeped. She stepped away from her friends. She opened her watch.
Rocket Girl,
Mayor Bloom said.
we need your help. Knights took over Metro City's new technology hub.
Rocket Girl vs. Sir Dillard and his Brave Knights. Episode 3. Sir Dillard's Castle.
Oh no!
Roxy said.
One of the knights is probably Sir Dillard.
Who is Sir Dillard?
Mayor Bloom asked.
A knight at the Kingdom Festival.
Roxy said.
He got really angry when someone's phone beeped. It interrupted the show. Don't worry, Mayor. I'll handle it.
Sir Dillard stood on the building's roof and grinned. His workers stacked heavy stone blocks around the roof's edge. Soon the building would look like a castle.
Excellent work,
Sir Dillard said.
When this is done, start digging a moat around the entire building.
He turned to Lady Jane.
We might be attacked. I want archers posted all along the roof.
Yes, sir!
Lady Jane hurried away. Sir Dillard grinned again.
Finally, my queen will have a real castle, and Metro City will be her kingdom.
Roxy arrived at the Technology Hub building. Broken computers, wires, and other electronics lay everywhere. She saw big stone blocks on the roof. Roxy gasped.
They're turning the Technology Hub building into a castle.
Several police cars were parked across the street. Roxy saw Detective Smith talking to a man. She flew down.
Hey, Detective. Your Majesty.
Detective Smith frowned.
Very funny, Rocket Girl.
Don't make jokes,
The man said.
Those knights took over the Meta Snack office.
Detective Smith took out his notebook.
What's Meta Snack?
It's my company,
The man said.
I make an app. It tells people what snacks they will like.
Detective Smith raised an eyebrow.
People already know what snacks they like.
Yeah.
Roxy said.
Who needs an app for that?
The man rolled his eyes.
But people make mistakes. My computer code is perfect.
Okay.
Detective Smith said.
What can you tell us about the knights?
The leader was called Sir Dillard,
The man said.
I knew it!
Roxy said.
He was at the Kingdom Festival. I'll stop him.
Roxy stepped into the street.
Sir Dillard, come out of that building right now!
Sir Dillard looked down from the building's roof.
Rocket Girl! Don't even think about attacking my castle!
It's not a castle, Sir Dillard,
Roxy said.
It's the building for Metro City's new technology hub. You need to leave now.
I will never leave, and I will never surrender. I fight for the Queen!
Sir Dillard looked over his shoulder.
Archers! Fire!
Archers suddenly appeared along the roof's edge. Whoosh! Roxy gasped as dozens of arrows shot down toward her. Rocket Girl vs. Sir Dillard and his Brave Knights. Episode 4, A Night No More. Arrows flew toward Roxy.
Rocket Girl!
Detective Smith shouted.
Get out of the way!
Roxy puffed out her chest. She squeezed her hands into fists. Crack! The first arrow hit her. It broke in half. A second arrow bounced off her shoulder. More arrows hit Roxy. None harmed her.
Whoa!
Detective Smith said.
I didn't know you could do that.
Roxy shrugged.
Nothing can hurt me, Detective.
Sir Dillard was furious. Sir Jerry bit his lip.
Maybe we should surrender.
Never!
Sir Dillard said.
Follow me!
The knights went down.
Sir Jerry!
Sir Dillard said.
Get Rocket Girl and bring her to the dungeon!
Okay, sir.
Sir Jerry slowly walked toward the superhero. Lady Jane raised an eyebrow.
The dungeon, sir?
Sir Dillard whispered.
There's a meeting room in the basement. I was thinking we could use it as a dungeon.
I can hear you.
Roxy said.
You don't have a dungeon, and you're not real knights.
You're, under arrest,
Sir Jerry said.
No, I'm not.
Orange beams radiated from Roxy's eyes. Sir Jerry's armor began to glow.
What is she doing?
Sir Dillard thought.
It's getting warm,
Sir Jerry said.
Ouch! It's hot!
Sir Jerry ripped off his helmet and armor.
I surrender!
Lady Jane threw down her sword.
I do too!
She knelt before Roxy.
Please forgive me, Rocket Girl.
Sir Dillard was furious. His brave knights were surrendering.
It's okay.
Roxy said.
I forgive.
Sir Dillard rode by, striking her with his lance. Roxy tumbled into a stack of steel beams. Sir Dillard charged again. Roxy grabbed a steel beam and flew toward him. Bam! The beam knocked Sir Dillard off his horse.
Sir Dillard got up. His armor was dented.
I'll never surrender! I fight for Her Majesty, the...
The Queen stood behind Sir Dillard. Sir Dillard bowed his head.
Your Majesty,
Hand me your sword!
The Queen said. Sir Dillard gulped.
But why?
Your actions are evil.
The Queen folded her arms.
So you are no longer a knight.
The police arrested Sir Dillard.
Lady Jane,
The Queen said.
tell the workers to remove the stones.
Lady Jane bowed her head.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Roxy flew back to Mara's backyard.
Roxy,
Jack said.
you were right about Sir Dillard. He tried to take over the technology hub.
Mara nodded.
Luckily, Rocket Girl stopped him.
Roxy and Terrell looked at each other and smiled. Rocket Girl vs. Kid Squid, Episode 1, The Mural. A security guard walked through the Metro City Art Museum one night.
I love my job.
She said.
I get to look at all these wonderful paintings.
She walked into a gallery and gasped.
Somebody sprayed paint all over the walls.
She heard footsteps and spun around. A dark figure rushed toward her.
This is a fun project.
Mara said. Roxy and her friends were in downtown Metro City. Their art class was painting a mural on a building. Terrell mixed a dark green color. He dipped his brush in the paint. Then he painted a tree.
That tree looks great, Terrell.
Roxy said. She was working on an area of sky. Mara stepped back and looked at the mural.
I think I'll add some birds to that sky.
Watch this.
Jack was standing in front of a blank area of the wall. He swung his brush. Drops of paint flew off the brush. They splattered across the wall. Terrell laughed. Jack dipped his brush in a different color. He splattered the wall again. Drips of paint zigzagged all over the wall. Mara frowned.
You're ruining the mural, Jack. I wish you'd take this seriously.
Roxy looked at the mess Jack had made.
You know what, Jack? I kind of like it.
Mara raised an eyebrow.
Really?
Mr. Barnes, the art teacher, walked over.
Uh-oh.
Jack put down his brush. Mr. Barnes folded his arms across his chest. He stared at the wall. Terrell whispered to Jack.
You're in big trouble.
For a moment, Mr. Barnes was silent. Then he said,
I like this.
Really?
Terrell said.
Isn't it just a mess?
Mara asked. Mr. Barnes smiled.
No, it's abstract art.
Jack scratched his head.
It is?
Yes.
Mr. Barnes said.
It doesn't look like anything from real life, but it has lots of action.
Mr. Barnes hurried away to help another student. Terrell looked at Jack's painting.
It does have action,
he said. Then he grinned at Roxy.
I know who could make really cool paintings.
Roxy rolled her eyes.
Terrell, Rocket Girl isn't an artist.
Terrell shrugged. Roxy's watch beeped. She stepped away from her friends.
Mayor Bloom,
Roxy whispered.
what's wrong?
I need your help, Rocket Girl.
The mayor said.
A vandal broke into the Metro City Art Museum last night. The vandal sprayed paint all over the place.
Don't worry, Mayor.
Roxy said.
I'm on my way!
Rocket Girl vs. Kid Squid, Episode 2, Paint Splatters.
Roxy hurried over to Terrell.
I've gotta go,
She whispered.
A vandal sprayed paint inside the Metro City Art Museum.
Good luck,
Terrell whispered. Mr. Barnes was still helping another student.
I'll be right back, Mr. Barnes.
Roxy called.
I need to clean my brush.
Wait, Roxy!
The teacher called.
You can do that here!
But Roxy was already gone. Roxy arrived at the art museum. She found Detective Smith inside. He was talking to a security guard and taking notes. The guard was covered in paint. Roxy saw paint splatters on the walls, but the paintings all looked okay.
Hi, Detective.
Roxy smiled.
Did your pen explode on this security guard?
Detective Smith groaned.
No, Rocket Girl, my pen did not explode.
The guard frowned at Roxy.
This isn't funny, Rocket Girl. I might need a whole new uniform.
Roxy held up her hands.
Okay. I won't make any more jokes. Did you get a look at the vandal?
The security guard shook her head.
It was too dark to see much, but the vandal had lots of arms.
Detective Smith looked confused.
Lots of arms?
Yes, like an octopus.
The guard looked scared.
That's odd,
Detective Smith said. Roxy went over to one of the paint splatters. She looked closely at it. The detective and the guard walked over.
The vandal must really hate art,
Detective Smith said.
I don't think so, Detective,
Roxy said.
The vandal sprayed paint on all the walls. But look around. None of the paintings were damaged.
Huh,
the guard said.
You're right.
Roxy tilted her head.
These splatters actually look pretty cool.
Detective Smith tapped his chin.
Maybe the vandal is an artist.
Look!
The security guard pointed to the bottom of a splatter.
Somebody signed the wall.
Roxy looked at the wall. Kid Squid was written there.
Have you ever heard of Kid Squid, Detective?
Roxy asked. Detective Smith shook his head. Just then, his phone rang.
Hello? Oh no, we're on our way.
Detective Smith turned to Roxy.
The vandal is in an art gallery down the street.
Roxy and Detective Smith hurried down the street. People stood outside the art gallery.
There's a squid in my art gallery,
the owner said. A man wiped paint from his face.
The squid is making a huge mess inside.
Detective Smith threw open the gallery's door. Splat! He stumbled backward, covered in blue paint. Rocket Girl vs. Kid Squid, Episode 3, A Big Mess.
Detective Smith!
Roxy cried.
Are you okay?
The detective sat up. Paint dripped from his face.
I'm fine.
Wait here,
Roxy said.
I'll stop Kid Squid.
Roxy peeked through the door to the art gallery. The vandal stood in front of a wall. She wore a suit with several long arms. Paint sprayed from the arms. A big tank was strapped to her back. Roxy watched Kid Squid make an abstract painting on the gallery's wall.
Kid Squid is really good,
Roxy thought.
but she shouldn't be painting there. I have to stop her.
Roxy zoomed into the gallery.
Stop right there!
Kid Squid spun around.
Rocket Girl, are you here to admire my latest masterpiece?
No,
Roxy said.
I'm here to stop you.
Kid Squid looked confused.
Why would you stop me?
You're a vandal.
Roxy said. Kid Squid gasped.
No! I'm an artist!
One of her arms shot paint toward Roxy. Roxy jumped out of the way. Splat! The paint covered the gallery's window.
Ha!
Roxy said.
You can't hit me. I'm too.
Splat! A huge blob of thick paint hit Roxy in the face. She fell backward. Roxy jumped back to her feet. She wiped off the paint. Kid Squid was running out of the gallery. Roxy chased the vandal outside. Splat! 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 Kid Squid fired paint in every direction.
Now everyone will see my beautiful artwork!
Kid Squid shouted. Across the street, painters were painting the side of a building. Splat! Splat! Blue paint splattered all over the red building. One painter threw down his brush.
Now we have to start all over!
Splat! Green paint splattered across the man. Roxy grabbed Kid Squid.
Let go!
The vandal shouted. Two of her other arms grabbed Roxy. She threw Roxy into the air.
Oof!
Roxy landed on the other side of the street. Paint flew toward her. Roxy rolled out of the way. She rushed toward Kid Squid. The vandal fired again. Whoosh! Roxy used her super breath. The paint flew back toward Kid Squid. The vandal ducked. The paint went all over the street. Cars and trucks slid in the wet paint.
Help!
A driver yelled.
Have fun saving everyone, Rocket Girl!
Kid Squid laughed. She ran and then slid across the paint. As she slid, she sprayed more paint in front of her. She zipped around the corner and was gone. Rocket Girl vs. Kid Squid, Episode 4, Rocket Girl's Big Painting. Roxy gulped as cars and trucks slid in the wet paint.
They're all going to crash!
She thought. Zoom! Roxy jumped in front of a big truck and stopped it. Two cars slid toward each other. Roxy flew over and stood between them. She held out her arms and stopped both cars.
Thanks, Rocket Girl.
One driver said.
No problem,
Roxy said. Then she flew off, following Kid Squid's paint trail.
The mural looks great, students,
Mr. Barnes said.
I can paint better than that!
A voice shouted. Mr. Barnes and the students turned around. A girl in a squid suit stood across the street.
I'm Kid Squid, and I'm a talented artist,
She said. Kid Squid aimed one of her arms at the mural.
Don't you dare ruin that mural!
Roxy swooped down from the sky. She grabbed Kid Squid's arm. Paint sprayed up into the air. Wham! Kid Squid slammed Roxy to the street.
Ouch!
Roxy said. Kid Squid aimed at the mural again. Roxy saw the tank on the vandal's back. Whiz-hoo! Roxy's eye laser beam shot out. The paint tank exploded, sending paint everywhere. Drops of paint landed all over the street. Mr. Barnes' face lit up.
That looks beautiful!
Kid Squid tried to shoot more paint, but nothing came out. She stamped her foot.
Ugh!
Roxy quickly grabbed Kid Squid and flew back to the art gallery. Detective Smith was inside, talking to the owner. Roxy dragged Kid Squid through the door.
I caught the...
Yay! The artist is back!
The owner cried.
Huh?
Roxy was confused.
The gallery owner thinks Kid Squid is very talented,
Detective Smith said. The owner ran over to Kid Squid.
I'd like to have a show with your paintings. Your abstract art will make a big splash in the art world.
Kid Squid smiled.
Really?
The owner nodded.
You're going to be famous!
You have to do something else first, though,
Detective Smith said.
Clean up the messes you made. And you can't be a vandal anymore.
Kid Squid sighed.
Okay.
Roxy returned to the mural.
Roxy!
Mara said.
You missed Rocket Girl!
Really?
Roxy said, pretending to be surprised. Jack pointed at the street.
She made that big abstract painting in the street.
Terrell smiled.
See? Rocket Girl is an artist.
Roxy shrugged.
I guess I was wrong.
Then she picked up a brush and started painting. Rocket Girl and the Metro City Rocket Dancers, Episode 1, The Holiday Show. Roxy was with her parents at Metro City Music Hall.
This show will be so lame.
Roxy said.
Don't be silly.
Her mom said.
You'll love it.
The Metro City Rocket Dancers were performing their holiday show.
They always put on a great show.
Roxy's dad chuckled.
This year they're dressed like someone you know.
Roxy rolled her eyes. The dancers always wore fancy costumes. In this year's show, they were all dressed like Rocket Girl. Roxy and her parents found their seats. Roxy looked at her watch.
Maybe Mayor Bloom will call with an emergency.
She thought.
Then I'll get to leave.
But the mayor didn't call. Roxy called him instead.
Rocket Girl,
the mayor said.
What's wrong?
Are there any emergencies?
Roxy whispered.
Do you need me to do anything?
Mayor Bloom scratched his head.
I don't think so. Why? Is there a problem I don't know about?
Now he looked nervous. Roxy sighed.
No, sorry, I'm just bored. Call if you need me.
She closed the watch. The lights dimmed.
Ladies and gentlemen,
a voice said.
Please welcome the Metro City Rocket Dancers.
The curtains opened. Music played. A line of dancers appeared on the stage. They wore Rocket Girl costumes. The show told a story about Rocket Girl saving the holidays. The stage had a city scene with stores. Actors pretended to shop. The audience seemed to love it, but Roxy didn't.
This is boring,
she thought. Suddenly, she saw a man sneaking toward the stage. He had a beard. A big tank was strapped to his back. Roxy gasped.
Freddy, freeze!
She ran into the lobby, changed into Rocket Girl, and then hurried back. Now Freddy Freeze was singing.
The holidays can be so nice, but I will turn you all to ice.
The actors pretended to be frozen. Roxy sighed.
That's not the real Freddy Freeze. He's just part of the show.
Roxy returned to her seat. The Rocket Dancers danced toward the fake Freddy Freeze. They pretended to shoot eye laser beams. Freddy Freeze sang.
My evil plan, it did fail. Now I'll spend some time in jail.
Finally, the show was over.
That was so cheesy,
Roxy thought.
I never want to see that show again.
The next day in school, Principal Penn made an announcement.
Good news! We're taking a field trip on Friday. We're going to see the Metro City Rocket Dancers.
Roxy groaned.
Ugh!
Rocket Girl and the Metro City Rocket Dancers. Episode 2, Missing Dancers.
I can't wait to see the Metro City Rocket Dancers,
Jack said. Roxy and her friends were at lunch.
Me neither.
Mara said.
This year, their holiday show is all about Rocket Girl.
Terrell nudged Roxy with his elbow.
It will be a fun show. Right, Roxy?
Roxy shrugged.
I guess.
Principal Penn's voice came over the loudspeaker.
I have bad news, everyone. We won't get to see the Metro City Rocket Dancers on Friday. The show has been canceled.
Oh no!
Mara said. Jack and Terrell looked disappointed too. Roxy was relieved.
Yes!
She thought.
I don't have to see that boring show again.
Soon everyone ran outside for recess. Roxy and her friends joined a soccer game.
This is great!
Roxy thought as she dribbled the ball.
I'm playing soccer, and that boring show was...
Her watch beeped. As Roxy looked down, another kid stole the ball. Roxy sighed and walked off the field.
Mayor Bloom,
Roxy said.
What's wrong?
One of the Metro City Rocket Dancers is missing.
Mayor Bloom said.
We think she was kidnapped. Detective Smith is at her apartment.
He gave Roxy the address.
Don't worry, Mayor.
Roxy said.
I'll find that missing dancer.
Roxy arrived at the apartment. The door was broken. Detective Smith was in the kitchen. Cereal was all over the floor.
Hey, detective!
Roxy said.
It looks like you made a big mess.
Detective Smith frowned.
Very funny. I didn't make this mess, Rocket Girl.
Roxy looked around.
Did you find any clues?
Detective Smith sighed.
It looks like the kidnapper broke the door. The dancer was probably eating breakfast.
He shook his head.
Why would someone kidnap one of the rocket dancers? They put on such a great show.
Roxy rolled her eyes.
I saw the show, and it was pretty terrible. But that's no reason to kidnap one of the dancers.
The detective's phone rang.
Hello? No. We'll be right there.
He hung up.
Another dancer was just kidnapped. She was at Metro City Music Hall. We need to... Rocket Girl?
Roxy flew into the music hall. A dancer hurried over.
Rocket Girl, I'm so glad you're here. Now 2 dancers are missing. I heard,
Roxy said.
Can you tell me what happened? Did you see anyone suspicious?
Rocket Girl!
Suddenly, another dancer ran over.
A gorilla just kidnapped Vera!
Rocket Girl and the Metro City Rocket Dancers. Episode 3, Bananas. Roxy gasped. A gorilla was kidnapping Metro City Rocket Dancers? Roxy looked at the dancer.
Where did the gorilla go?
The dancer pointed to a stairwell.
That way!
Zoom! Roxy shot up the stairwell. She threw open a door and flew onto the building's roof. The roof was empty.
Help!
Someone cried.
That must be Vera!
Roxy ran to the edge of the roof. The gorilla was climbing down the side of the building. It carried Vera under one arm. The gorilla jumped down to the sidewalk and ran. Vera punched and kicked.
Let go of me, you big ape!
Roxy flew after the gorilla.
Stop right there!
The gorilla ignored her. It ran past a group of people.
Yikes!
A woman cried.
There's a gorilla on the loose!
A man pointed.
It has one of the rocket dancers!
Roxy tried to grab the gorilla. It swatted her arm away. Roxy said.
I don't want to hurt the gorilla, but I need to stop it!
Several police cars skidded to a stop. They blocked the sidewalk. Detective Smith jumped out of his car.
Stop right there, gorilla! And put down the rocket dancer!
The gorilla charged into Detective Smith and knocked him over. Crunch! It jumped onto the detective's car. Bam! The gorilla's fist dented the roof.
Oh no!
Detective Smith said. The gorilla jumped down. It threw a trash can at Roxy. Whizzoo! She fired her eye laser beams. They accidentally hit Detective Smith's car. Detective Smith groaned. The gorilla ran, knocking over a fruit stand. Fruit went everywhere. Apples rolled. Watermelons smashed. Bananas squished. The owner put her head in her hands.
All my fruit is ruined.
The gorilla dropped Vera and picked up a banana. Vera stood up and frowned.
Rotten gorilla!
Roxy hurried over.
Are you okay?
I'm fine,
Vera said.
but 2 other dancers are still missing. I'll bet that gorilla kidnapped them.
Roxy looked at the gorilla. The animal was happily eating bananas. Just then, a van pulled up. A man got out and ran to the gorilla.
Harry, what are you doing? Where's Rocket? Oh,
The man looked at Roxy.
you're a Rocket Girl.
He looked back at the gorilla.
Stop eating bananas, Harry. The real Rocket Girl is right there. Grab her!
Harry ate another banana. Roxy folded her arms.
Who are you?
The man didn't answer. He jumped into the van and drove off. Rocket Girl and the Metro City Rocket Dancers. Episode 4, The Best Villains Ever. Roxy flew after the van. Suddenly, a bus came around the corner. The van made a sharp turn to avoid it. The van hit a traffic light and knocked it over. A man cried. Roxy caught the traffic light.
Thanks, Rocket Girl!
The man said. Roxy found the van. She followed it into the mountains.
Maybe the driver will lead me to the other dancers.
The van stopped near a flat rock wall. A hidden door in the rock slid open. The van drove in. Roxy shot in after it. The driver went into a room. Roxy used her X-ray vision to see through the door. The 2 missing dancers were tied up in a corner. Another woman was staring at a movie poster.
I've seen them in TV commercials.
Roxy thought.
They're terrible actors.
I'm back, Cleo.
The man said.
Lester,
Cleo said.
where's Harry?
Eating bananas.
Lester said.
Did he finally capture Rocket Girl?
Cleo asked.
Nope.
Lester said.
He thinks all the rocket dancers are Rocket Girl.
Cleo stomped her foot.
We weren't famous as actors, so you said Harry could help us become famous as villains. And we paid a lot of money to rent him.
Lester shrugged.
He's good at kidnapping people in the movies.
Well, we need to fire him
Cleo said.
and kidnap Rocket Girl ourselves.
Just then, Roxy fired her eye laser beams. Whizzoo! The door exploded. The villains gasped.
You're under arrest!
Roxy said.
No way!
Cleo pressed a button. A metal cage dropped from above. Clang! Bars surrounded Roxy. Lester grinned.
We caught Rocket Girl!
Cleo pumped her fist.
We're the best villains ever!
Roxy grabbed the bars. They wouldn't bend. She fired her eye laser beams, but they just bounced off the bars.
That is super strong steel,
Lester said.
You'll never escape!
Cleo said.
Oh, yeah?
Roxy spun around faster and faster. She drilled into the floor and disappeared. Lester gulped. Cleo and Lester jumped into the van and sped down the road. Kaboom! The road exploded in front of them. Roxy shot out and grabbed the van. She brought it to jail. Then she returned the missing dancers to Metro City Music Hall.
Thank you, Rocket Girl.
One dancer said. Another dancer smiled.
Thanks to you, our show won't be cancelled.
Ugh.
Roxy thought.
Now I have to see the show again.
But she smiled politely.
No problem.
Rocket Girl vs. Lily Zusk. Episode 1. The Grand Opening.
Wow!
Roxy said.
Look at all this amazing technology!
Roxy and her friends were at Metro City's new technology hub building. It was the grand opening. Technology companies were showing off products. One man demonstrated a memory watch.
It's called FitThink. It helps you remember things.
Terrell rolled his eyes.
I don't need a watch to help me remember stuff.
We often walk around staring at our phones.
The man said.
The FitThink buzzes every 15 minutes. It reminds you to stop and look around to notice things.
His FitThink buzzed.
It's time for me to look around.
He looked around.
I see a blue floor. I see True Savings Bank through the window. I see a huge painting with lots of lines.
Roxy looked around too. Someone laughed.
This is silly.
It's not silly.
The man smiled.
This will help me remember everything about this place.
Mara shrugged.
Maybe he's right.
Roxy shook her head.
I don't think anyone needs a watch for that.
Jack yawned.
Let's see if anyone here has video games.
He quickly spotted something.
Ooh, a virtual reality company.
Yes!
Mara said. She and Jack hurried away. Terrell and Roxy saw a woman talking to a crowd. She stood in front of two big booths.
I'm Lily Zusk.
The woman said.
I own a travel company.
Someone in the crowd frowned.
Travel? I don't see any cars or airplanes here.
Lily smiled.
Who needs a car or an airplane?
She waved her hand toward the booths.
Thanks to me, people can now teleport.
Whoa!
Terrell said.
How does it work?
Roxy asked.
It's simple.
Lily said.
You step into one booth, then zap! You come out of the other booth.
She looked around.
Who wants to try?
A woman stepped forward. She wore a gold necklace.
Me?
She walked into one booth. Light flashed inside, and the woman disappeared. Light flashed in the other booth. Then she stepped out.
Whoa!
The woman said.
That was really weird and really cool.
The crowd cheered.
I want to try it!
Me too!
A man went into a booth. Then he stepped out from the other booth. Roxy scratched her head.
That's weird. I thought he had a fancy watch.
Roxy looked at the woman again. Her gold necklace was gone. Roxy thought. She looked at Lily. An evil smile spread across Lily's face. Roxy gasped.
Lily Zusk is a thief!
Rocket Girl vs. Lily Zusk. Episode 2. Lily's Plan. Lily Zusk looked at the crowd.
Who wants to teleport next?
Several people raised their hands. Roxy leaned toward Terrell.
I'll be right back.
She whispered.
Lily is stealing things.
Really?
Terrell whispered.
How?
I'm not sure.
Roxy said.
She must be teleporting valuable things to a different place. Rocket Girl will handle it.
Terrell smiled.
Good luck.
Roxy ducked behind a sign. Then she jumped back out.
Hey, look!
A kid shouted.
It's Rocket Girl!
Roxy stomped toward Lily Zusk.
You're under arrest!
She expected Lily Zusk to get angry, but instead the woman smiled.
Rocket Girl!
Lily said.
I'm so happy to see you.
Roxy scratched her head.
Why are you happy to see me? I'm going to arrest you!
Lily laughed.
Oh, you won't arrest me. You might try, of course, but you'll find out that's impossible.
Lily pressed some buttons on the side of one booth.
Do you know why that's impossible?
Roxy frowned.
Why?
Because you'll never catch me.
Lily ran into the booth and disappeared. Zoom! Roxy flew into the booth too. Light flashed. Suddenly, she was standing in the middle of a street. Beep, beep! A car was speeding toward her.
Yikes!
Roxy jumped out of the way. Honk, honk! A huge truck drove fast. Roxy jumped again. She landed on a crowded sidewalk.
Hey!
An old woman said.
You almost knocked me over. Oh, it's you, Rocket Girl.
Sorry!
Roxy moved out of the way and looked around.
I teleported to downtown Metro City.
She thought.
But where did Lily go?
Two men stood in a laboratory. A big sphere sat in the center of the room. Lots of wires connected the sphere to a computer. There were also two booths. Light flashed in one booth. Lily Zusk stepped out of it.
Hey, boss.
One man said.
How did it go?
Did your plan work?
The other man asked.
It sure did.
Lily said.
Rocket Girl was at the Technology Hub building and she fell for my trick. She saw me steal things just like I hoped she would. And now?
Lily stepped in front of the big sphere.
She's somewhere else.
The men laughed. Lily sat down at the computer.
What do we do now, boss?
One of the men asked. Lily looked over her shoulder.
Gather the entire crew. I want you all to rob every bank in the city.
Rocket Girl vs. Lily Zusk. Episode 3. Bank Robberies. Roxy ran down the sidewalk, but she didn't see Lily Zusk anywhere.
I followed her through the booth.
Roxy thought.
She should be nearby.
Roxy went around a corner.
Aha! I see her!
Lily was standing at a bus stop. Lily spotted Roxy and ran.
Stop!
Roxy shouted. Lily ignored her. Roxy flew fast. She zoomed past people. A restaurant door opened. Roxy quickly avoided hitting it. Suddenly, there was a mailbox in front of her.
Ah!
Roxy flew up and over it.
I can't believe I almost hit that! I didn't see it at first.
Roxy flew up high. She saw Lily on West Street. Roxy dived down toward her. She reached out. Lily ran faster.
Ugh!
Roxy picked up speed. She reached out again and Lily seemed to disappear. Then Roxy saw Lily just ahead of her again. Roxy was confused.
How is Lily moving so fast?
Alarms went off at Metro City Central Bank. The front door opened. 2 men ran out. They carried large bags of money. Police sirens grew louder. The men jumped into a car and drove away. A bank teller ran outside.
Where are the police? Where's Rocket Girl?
Detective Smith was driving fast, chasing another car.
Where's Rocket Girl?
He said into his radio.
We don't know, Detective,
An officer replied.
Mayor Bloom tried calling her a bunch of times. She didn't answer.
We need her help.
Detective Smith said.
3 banks were robbed at the same time.
Another voice came over the radio.
Attention, all officers. The Metro City Art Museum was just robbed. Several valuable paintings were stolen.
Oh no,
Detective Smith said. Lily Zusk smiled as members of her crew arrived. They all carried huge bags of money.
Excellent work,
Lily said. Thanks, boss,
one man said.
We're almost done.
Yeah,
another one said.
We just have a few more places to rob.
The plan is working,
a woman said.
Rocket Girl didn't show up.
Of course, Rocket Girl didn't show up.
Lily pointed at the big sphere.
She's in there, remember?
The woman held up her hands.
I know, but what if she gets out?
Someone else gulped.
We'll all be in big trouble then.
Lily shook her head.
Don't worry about it. Rocket Girl is in a virtual reality right now. If she doesn't figure that out, we're fine. And she won't figure it out because she's too busy. She thinks she's chasing me.
Rocket Girl vs. Lily Zusk, Episode 4, The Chase. Roxy flew after Lily Zusk. Lily ran into a store. Roxy followed her inside. But Lily wasn't there.
Over here!
Lily called. Roxy spun around. Now Lily was across the street. Roxy flew back outside. A bus zoomed by. Lily disappeared. A moment later, she was on the roof of a building. Roxy gasped.
How did Lily get up there?
Roxy flew up to the roof. Lily was gone. Roxy saw her run down the street and into the technology hub. Roxy followed her. The building was still crowded.
Ugh!
Roxy said.
How will I find Lily?
Roxy looked down at the green floor. She tapped her chin. Lily Zusk moved so fast, it didn't make sense.
Why can't I catch her?
Roxy thought. She looked at the big painting's colorful shapes.
That's odd.
Roxy scratched her head.
I thought that painting had lots of lines.
She looked down at the floor again.
And this floor wasn't green. I remember, it was blue!
She looked out the window. She saw a bank, but it wasn't True Savings Bank.
This isn't real!
Roxy said.
Where am I? What's going?
Everything around her faded. Now Roxy was inside a sphere. She didn't see any windows or doors. Roxy groaned.
Oh, this must be a virtual reality room. I'm in a big video game.
She made a fist.
I teleported here from that booth. Lily Zusk tricked me.
Just then she heard footsteps.
We stole more money, boss.
2 men entered the laboratory. They dropped huge money bags near the sphere.
Wonderful,
Lily said.
Tomorrow we'll steal everything in the technology hub.
One man grinned.
I'm glad we don't have to worry about...
Kaboom! The sphere blew apart. Roxy jumped out.
Rocket Girl!
Lily shouted. Lily's crew put up their hands.
I surrender! Me too!
Not me!
Lily jumped into a booth. Roxy fired her eye laser beams. Whiz-hoo! They bounced off the booth and hit the computer. Sparks flew from it. Lily jumped back out.
Hooray! I got away from...
She saw Rocket Girl and gulped.
Ugh, I'm still in the laboratory.
Roxy folded her arms.
Yep!
Police arrived and arrested Lily and her crew.
Nice work, Rocket Girl,
Detective Smith said.
But where were you all day? Mayor Bloom tried to call you.
He gave her a funny look.
What were you doing? Playing video games?
Roxy laughed.
Actually, Detective, yes, I was!
Rocket Girl vs. Dr. Dean McGreen. Episode 1, Clean Energy. It was late at night. Dr. Dean McGreen was working in his lab in his barn.
This will change the world, Walden,
Dr. McGreen said to his dog.
Most cars burn fuel, which causes pollution. But my new fuel will change everything. Cars won't make pollution anymore.
Dr. McGreen set down a beaker. He lit a flame to heat up the chemicals in it. The chemicals bubbled. Walden barked.
Hush, Walden!
Dr. McGreen picked up a flask that held another chemical.
I need to add exactly 3 drops to this flask.
Dr. McGreen used an eyedropper to collect some of the bubbling chemicals.
Any more than 3 drops in the barn could explode!
Vroom, vroom! Outside, someone was riding a motorcycle. Dr. McGreen squeezed 1 drop into the flask. Then he squeezed another. Vroom, vroom! The motorcycle's engine was so loud, the barn walls shook.
Just 1 more drop!
Walden barked as Dr. McGreen squeezed the eyedropper. Poof! There was a bright flash. Then the flask exploded.
Where's Terrell?
Mara said. Roxy shrugged.
I'm not sure. He's pretty late, though.
Roxy was in her backyard with Jack and Mara. Nearby was a cardboard box, aluminum foil, and scissors. The friends were making a solar oven for a school project.
I'm here!
Terrell hurried into the backyard.
And I brought the tape. Sorry I'm late. I had to walk. My mom's car wouldn't start.
That's okay.
Roxy said.
The wait will make our pizza taste better.
Jack frowned at the cardboard box.
Can we really cook a pizza by leaving it in that box?
Yes,
Terrell said.
The foil will reflect the sunlight and heat up the pizza. Cooking them this way will take longer than using a regular oven. But solar cooking is better for the environment.
Solar energy is clean energy.
Roxy said.
No pollution!
Jack rubbed his belly.
When can we eat?
Mara laughed.
We need to build the solar oven first. Let's measure the sides of the box.
Roxy's watch beeped.
I think I left the measuring tape inside.
Roxy ran inside and flipped open her watch. Mayor Bloom appeared. He was at home.
Mayor Bloom, what's the emergency?
Roxy asked.
My car won't start,
Mayor Bloom said.
That doesn't sound like an emergency, Mayor,
Roxy said.
All the cars in Metro City won't start,
Mayor Bloom said.
Rocket Girl, I need you to find out what's wrong.
No problem, Mayor. I'll figure out what's going on.
Rocket Girl vs. Dr. Dean McGreen, Episode 2, Cars and Trains. Roxy flew over Metro City. The roads below were filled with stopped cars. Roxy spotted a man sitting on a sidewalk. It was Detective Smith. He was sweating and out of breath. Roxy flew down to him.
Hey, Detective,
Roxy said.
you really should exercise more often.
He stopped to take a deep breath.
Ha, Rocket Girl. I'm exhausted. I had to walk all the way downtown.
You too?
Roxy said.
What's happening to all the cars?
Detective Smith shrugged.
I spoke to some drivers. Everyone told me the same story. They were driving, then their cars just stopped.
Roxy shrugged.
I guess it will make the air cleaner.
This is serious, Rocket Girl. What if some criminals did this on purpose? They could be robbing banks or...
Rocket Girl, help!
A man cried.
My car stopped on the train tracks. A train is about to hit it!
Roxy looked over and saw an electric train speeding toward the car. She shot over and lifted it up. The train whizzed by a second later. Roxy set the car down and wiped her forehead.
Phew!
Then she went back to Detective Smith.
Rocket Girl!
A man ran over.
I need to get to work. Can you fly me there?
No, help me, Rocket Girl.
A woman said.
I'm supposed to go on vacation today. I'm going to miss my flight.
Sorry,
Roxy said.
I'm not a taxi service. But don't worry, I'll find out what's going on. I promise.
Just then, a car pulled up.
Why is that car working?
Roxy thought. The driver rolled down his window. It was Mr. Wig.
What's going on here?
Mr. Wig said.
Why are all these cars stopped?
Your car is working,
Roxy said. Mr. Wig frowned.
Of course it's working. I paid a lot of money for this electric car. But electric cars are better for the environment.
Roxy thought.
Electric vehicles seem to be working.
Hey, Detective Smith!
Mr. Wig said.
You're just sitting around doing nothing again. Maybe you should check out Dr. McGreen's farm.
Why?
Roxy asked.
There was an explosion there,
Mr. Wig said.
And I heard a strange humming noise as I drove by.
Roxy used her super hearing to listen for the noise. She heard the strange humming too.
See you later, Detective Smith,
Roxy said. She flew toward Dr. McGreen's barn. Rocket Girl vs. Dr. Dean McGreen, Episode 3, Dr. McGreen's Machine. Roxy followed the humming sound to Dr. Dean McGreen's farm. A dog sat in front of the barn.
You haven't been humming, have you?
Roxy said. Walden gave a friendly bark.
Why are you barking, Walden?
A man said.
Oh, Rocket Girl.
Roxy recognized the man.
You're Dr. Dean McGreen, the scientist studying clean energy.
That's me,
Dr. McGreen said.
And my work is paying off. I've invented the perfect way to protect the environment. Let me show you.
Dr. McGreen took Roxy inside the barn. A big machine was humming. It had a large chamber.
I was developing a new clean fuel,
Dr. McGreen said.
But I had a little accident and some chemicals spilled. When I woke up, I had exciting new powers.
What do you mean?
Roxy asked. Dr. McGreen stared at a lawnmower. His eyes glowed. Suddenly, the lawnmower turned on and zoomed around. Walden whimpered. Dr. McGreen's eyes glowed again, and the lawnmower stopped.
I can control any gas-burning engine with my mind now.
Dr. McGreen laughed.
You stopped all the cars!
Roxy said. Dr. McGreen nodded.
The air in Metro City is cleaner than ever. And now I'll do the same for the whole world.
Huh?
Roxy said.
Right now I can stop cars only in Metro City. But this machine will spread my power farther. When I step inside, I can turn off all gas-burning engines everywhere.
You can't do that!
Roxy said.
We still need some of those cars. Maybe you can keep working on your ideas. You'll find a better way to stop people from using gas soon.
Dr. McGreen frowned.
I thought you would understand because you're also a hero. But it's fine. I'll do it on my own. And you won't stop me.
Dr. McGreen's eyes glowed again. Vroom! Vroom! A tractor sprang to life. It came straight for Roxy. She darted away. The tractor quickly turned around and came back toward her. Roxy punched the tractor. She smashed it to pieces. Dr. McGreen climbed into his machine. His whole body glowed. A car suddenly started. As it shot forward, Roxy grabbed its front bumper. The car's rear tires screeched. Roxy flipped the car over. The wheels spun in the air, but the car couldn't move anymore.
Yes!
Vroom! Vroom! The lawnmower sped toward Roxy. She leaped out of the way. Suddenly, Walden barked. Roxy looked back. The lawnmower was zooming toward Walden. Rocket Girl vs. Dr. Dean McGreen, Episode 4, Airplane Trouble. Walden barked at the lawnmower. It was speeding straight toward him.
Oh no!
Roxy thought. Whizzoo! She used her eye laser beams. The lawnmower melted into the ground. Walden ran over to Roxy and licked her face.
Dr. McGreen, your lawnmower almost hurt Walden.
Roxy said.
You need to stop this.
It's too late, Rocket Girl,
Dr. McGreen said.
I'm already so powerful, you'll never defeat me.
Just then, Roxy spotted the machine's power cable.
Aha!
Whizzoo! Roxy's eye laser beams hit the power cable. Sloosh! The cable was sliced in two. Dr. McGreen's body stopped glowing.
It's over,
Roxy said.
You're going to jail!
Walden snarled at Dr. McGreen.
Not yet,
Dr. McGreen said. He grinned and pointed up.
I already stopped the engines on an airplane flying over us. So you can either catch me or catch that plane. But you can't do both.
I'll be back,
Roxy said. Roxy looked up. The airplane was falling from the sky. It was going to crash into a mountain. Roxy shot under the plane and pushed it up. Then she held onto the plane and flew it down to a field. The passengers cheered.
Hooray for Rocket Girl!
Phew! Now it's time to get Dr. McGreen,
Roxy said. Inside the barn, Walden was barking loudly at Dr. McGreen.
Good job, Walden,
Roxy said. Dr. McGreen was trapped behind some bales of hay.
I surrender,
Dr. McGreen said.
I'll fix the cars and go to jail. But first we have to find someone to take care of Walden. He needs lots of exercise.
Roxy's face lit up.
I know just the right person.
Detective Smith looked surprised when Roxy landed beside him.
Cars are working again,
he said.
I know,
Roxy said. The detective gave Roxy a funny look.
What are you doing with a dog?
He's your dog now. His name is Walden,
Roxy said.
He's very sweet. Make sure you take him for lots of walks.
Roxy's friends were still working in the backyard.
Hey guys,
Roxy said.
I found the measuring tape.
What took you so long?
Jack asked. Roxy shrugged.
Sorry,
That's okay.
Terrell said.
We finished making the solar oven, but
He looked up.
now it's too cloudy to cook anything.
Jack groaned.
I know! We can get a pizza delivered. I'll order.
I have a better idea.
Roxy said.
Let's walk to a pizza place. It's better for the environment and us.
Rocket Girl vs. Red Crane Karate Studio. Episode 1. The Jade Dragon Vase. Two guards were checking rooms at Metro City Museum.
We don't need to check that room, Bob.
One guard said.
That's the Jade Dragon Vase room. It's got a high-tech security system with lasers.
Bob shrugged.
The boss said the vase is priceless. Let's just do a quick check.
The guards looked into the room. Bright laser beams glowed around the display case. Bob shined his flashlight around and gasped.
Oh no! The vase is missing! Someone broke into the case!
Look! The other guard pointed up. With one hand, a small ninja hung from the ceiling. In his other hand was the Jade Dragon Vase.
Be careful with that!
Bob shouted.
It's...
The priceless vase slipped from the ninja's grip. It fell toward the floor, about to crash. Another ninja jumped out of the shadows and caught the vase. Two more threw ninja stars to smash a window. The guards stood frozen as the ninjas hopped over the laser beams. Then the thieves escaped through the broken window. Roxy and her friends were learning karate at Sunshine Karate Studio. Everyone wore white uniforms. Sensei Tammy showed the class how to kick. The students followed her movements.
I love karate.
Mara said.
Me too.
Roxy said.
It's good exercise.
Jack groaned.
When will we learn how to break boards with our heads?
That's too advanced.
Terrell said.
We need to learn the basics first.
The basics are boring.
Jack said.
I want to learn to break boards and fight bad guys.
Fighting bad guys isn't fun, Jack.
Roxy said.
It's serious work. Besides, you shouldn't use karate to hurt people.
Jack shrugged.
I know.
Later, Roxy walked home with her friends. Along the way, they saw a new karate studio. Its sign read, Red Crane Karate, the most powerful studio in town. Roxy looked in the window. Students in black uniforms with crane logos were fighting. Jack was watching the students too.
They look really advanced. I'm going to check out classes here.
He went inside. Terrell frowned.
They should be wearing helmets and pads.
Yeah.
Mara said.
That looks dangerous.
Just then, Roxy's watch beeped.
You guys go ahead. I forgot my karate uniform.
She ran around the corner.
What's up, Mayor Bloom?
The mayor bit his lip.
Someone stole the Jade Dragon vase from the museum, Rocket Girl.
Don't worry, Mayor.
Roxy said.
I'm on my way.
Rocket Girl vs. Red Crane Karate Studio. Episode 2. Sensei Spike. Roxy arrived at the museum. Detective Smith was inspecting the display case and taking notes. Roxy grinned.
Are you taking notes for a school project, Detective? It's probably too late for you to get extra credit.
Ha ha, Rocket Girl,
Detective Smith said. The two security guards hurried over.
The thieves were ninjas!
Bob said. Detective Smith stood up.
Ninjas?
Yes, they stole the Jade Dragon Vase,
the other guard said.
And they escaped without touching the laser beams.
Laser beams?
Roxy said. Bob nodded. He typed some numbers into a keypad on the wall. Laser beams appeared all around.
It's a high-tech security system,
he said.
The alarm goes off when something touches the beams.
Can you tell us anything else about the thieves?
Roxy asked.
I thought they were kids,
Bob said.
But kids probably wouldn't steal a priceless vase.
The second guard nodded.
They were all dressed in black, and there was a red bird symbol on their back. I think it was an ostrich.
Bob shook his head.
It was a flamingo.
Roxy thought for a moment.
Was it a crane?
The guards shrugged. Roxy said.
There's a new karate studio. Something seemed strange about it, and its logo is a crane.
Maybe you should talk to the owner,
Detective Smith said.
I'll check the display case. Rocket Girl?
As he spun around, his foot crossed a laser beam. An alarm sounded.
Oops,
Detective Smith said. Roxy flew to Red Crane Karate Studio. Inside, 2 students were practicing fighting. Others stood at attention, watching them. Suddenly, the sensei hit a gong. Dong! The students froze and bowed to him.
Welcome, Rocket Girl,
the sensei said.
I'm Sensei Spike. Have you come to learn from me?
Not today,
Roxy said.
A vase was stolen from the museum.
She pointed to the studio's logo.
And the thieves' clothes had a picture of a crane.
Spike frowned.
Are you saying my students are involved?
Roxy shrugged.
We're not sure yet.
Well, none of my students did anything wrong,
Spike snapped.
Now please leave. You're distracting these karate students.
Roxy turned back to the kids. They were all staring ahead without blinking.
Are they okay, Sensei? They look like they're in a trance.
Spike smiled.
They understand discipline. My newest student will give you a short demonstration.
He waved a hand and the newest student came forward. Roxy gasped. It was Jack. Rocket Girl vs. Red Crane Karate Studio, Episode 3, Amulets.
What's Jack doing here?
Roxy thought. Jack walked up to Spike. He wore an amulet around his neck. So did all the other kids, Roxy realized.
Ahem.
Roxy cleared her throat loudly, but Jack didn't look at her. Instead, he bowed to Spike and started showing off some karate skills.
Something is wrong,
Roxy thought.
Jack is brainwashed too.
Good job,
Spike said.
I'm sure Rocket Girl is very impressed.
He turned to Roxy.
Thank you for coming. I hope you find your thieves.
I, changed my mind about a lesson,
Roxy said quickly.
I want to learn karate from you too.
She bowed to the sensei.
Wonderful!
Spike's face lit up.
You will become my most powerful student. And then my studio will be unstoppable. Put this on.
He held out an amulet. Roxy used her X-ray vision to see inside. She saw gears and wires. The sensei's amulet had them too.
He's using the amulets to control everyone,
Roxy thought. As she took the amulet, the sensei's phone rang.
Hello?
He stepped away to take the call.
Good,
Spike said into the phone.
Meet me behind the studio right now. And don't forget the money, or...
While Spike wasn't looking, Roxy broke the amulet. Then she threw the broken pieces in a bamboo plant. A second later, Spike finished his call. He hurried toward a back door. The students followed him and so did Roxy.
Spike has to think he's controlling me.
She thought. She stared straight ahead like the other kids. A moving truck pulled up. The driver hopped out and opened the back. A student loaded a crate onto the truck.
Whoa!
Roxy thought, using her X-ray vision to see inside.
The Jade Dragon Vase!
The driver handed a bag to Spike.
Here's your payment.
Spike grinned.
This will make me rich. Next, I'll send Rocket Girl to rob every bank in Metro City.
Nobody is stealing anything for you anymore.
Roxy stepped forward. Spike frowned.
Why isn't your amulet working, Rocket Girl? No matter. Students, attack!
Roxy was suddenly surrounded by karate students. One came at her with a kick. She ducked. Another kid used a karate chop. Roxy blocked the blow and then froze.
Uh-oh, I can't fight kids.
Roxy thought.
What if I hurt somebody?
Just then, Jack started running toward Roxy. He jumped in the air, coming at her with a spinning kick. Rocket Girl vs. Red Crane Karate Studio, Episode 4, Breaking the Spell. Jack flew at Roxy. She ducked to avoid the kick. Jack attacked again with a wide kick. This time Roxy jumped out of the way. Jack continued attacking, but Roxy dodged every punch and kick. Spike made a fist.
The rest of you, attack!
He called to the other students. Suddenly, all of the students began attacking Roxy at once. They punched and kicked her from all directions. One jumped on top of Roxy, then so did another. All the students started piling on top of her.
Ugh!
Roxy struggled hard, but the kids held her down so she couldn't move. The driver started the moving van. Spike ran to the passenger side. He climbed in and the truck started driving away. Roxy squirmed. The student's grip was starting to feel weaker.
Are the amulets losing their power?
She thought. Roxy spotted Jack on the pile. She managed to free one of her arms. She reached up and grabbed the amulet from Jack's neck.
Help!
Huh?
Jack climbed off the pile and shook his head.
Rocket Girl?
He mumbled.
Is that you?
Yes! Get these kids off me!
Jack started pulling students off Roxy. By now, the sensei was far away from the studio. The amulets had no more power.
Where am I?
A girl asked.
Am I still at karate class?
Another kid mumbled. Roxy shot up from the ground.
Thanks! Now I have to get the Jade Dragon Vase back!
Roxy flew after the van. Spike looked back and saw Roxy.
Speed up!
He cried to the driver. Roxy flew ahead of the van and landed in the road. She held up her hand for the van to stop. The driver put his foot on the gas. Vroom! He drove right at Roxy. Crunch! The truck's front end crumpled around Roxy's hand.
You're both under arrest!
Roxy picked up the van and flew it to jail. The next day, Roxy and her friends were back at Sunshine Karate.
I can't believe that sensei brainwashed you, Jack!
Mara said.
Good thing Rocket Girl stopped him.
Terrell said.
I used to think using karate to fight was cool.
Jack shook his head.
Not anymore.
Learning how to defend yourself is a good idea.
Roxy said.
Just be careful who you learn it from.
Jack nodded and did a goofy spinning kick. Roxy laughed.
We don't want to learn karate from you.
Rocket Girl vs. Switch Witch, Episode 1, Candy for Jewelry. Jem was locking a display case at Jem's Jewelry. An old woman approached the case. She wore a black cape and a pointy black hat. She carried a large sack. Jem smiled.
Can I show you some jewelry?
No, thanks. I'm just looking around.
The old woman said. She reached into her sack.
Would you like some candy?
Sure.
Jem took a small chocolate.
Thank you.
Jem put away her key. She turned around when she heard the bell over the door jingle. When she turned back, the old woman was gone. Jem stared in horror at the display case. All of the precious jewelry inside was gone too. In its place were pieces of candy. Jem ran outside.
Stop, thief!
The witch dashed around the corner and hid. She opened her sack. Now it was full of jewelry. The witch cackled loudly.
Soon I'll be rich and much more powerful.
I read 5 books this month,
Terrell said. He put 5 tickets in a pile on the table.
Me too.
Mara said.
We have 10 tickets now.
Roxy and her friends were in the school library. The school was having a reading marathon this month. Students earned a ticket for each book they read. Jack added his tickets to the pile.
I read 2 books.
Sorry, guys.
Roxy added 1 ticket to the pile.
I love reading, but I was super busy this month. Whenever I wanted to read, something pulled me away.
No problem, Roxy.
Terrell said quickly.
We've got 13 tickets. That's enough for us to get a pretty good prize.
The friends looked at the list of prizes.
Let's get the pirate hats,
Jack said.
We only have enough tickets for 1 hat,
Roxy said.
What about the spooky stickers?
Mara said.
There are ghosts and monsters,
Jack said.
We could share them,
Terrell said.
What do you think, Roxy?
Just then, Roxy's watch beeped.
Oh, I just remembered something. There's a book I want to read on that shelf.
Roxy darted behind a bookcase.
Hello, Mayor Bloom,
she whispered.
Why are you whispering, Rocket Girl?
The mayor asked.
I'm in the library. What's wrong?
A thief just stole some precious jewelry from Gems.
Mayor Bloom said.
And it's a strange situation. She stole the jewelry without opening the display case. We have no idea how she did it.
Don't worry, Mayor.
Roxy whispered.
I'm on my way.
Rocket Girl vs. Switch Witch, Episode 2, Which is Which? Roxy arrived at Jem's Jewelry. Detective Smith was chewing a piece of candy.
You're eating candy, Detective?
Roxy said.
I hope you had some vegetables today, too.
Rocket Girl.
Detective Smith said.
What?
Roxy asked.
That candy is stuck to your teeth.
Detective Smith finished chewing.
I said, ha ha, Rocket Girl.
Jem rushed over.
Thank goodness you're here, Rocket Girl. Someone stole my most expensive jewelry.
What did the thief look like?
Roxy asked.
She wore a black cape and a pointy hat,
Jem said. Roxy blinked.
She sounds like a witch.
Detective Smith nodded.
A witch who can switch one thing for another.
Huh?
Roxy said. The detective pointed to the display case.
The witch switched Jem's jewelry with this candy, but she didn't unlock or break the case.
Where did she go?
Roxy asked. Jem shrugged.
She disappeared around the corner.
Don't worry. It shouldn't be too hard to find a witch.
Roxy hurried toward the door. Roxy landed on the sidewalk a few blocks away and looked around.
Rocket Girl!
A man yelled.
Someone took my wallet!
He held up something.
And switched it with this sponge!
Somebody put a dog toy in my purse!
A woman cried.
And my new phone's gone too!
Roxy heard a loud cackle. She spun around. An old woman dressed in black was rushing away.
Stop, thief!
Roxy zoomed over.
Drat!
The witch scowled.
You caught me, Rocket Girl!
Why are you stealing stuff?
Roxy asked.
You're a witch. Can't you use a magic potion or something to get rich?
I'm Switch Witch,
the woman said.
Switching things is my only power.
Well, stealing things is wrong,
Roxy said. Switch Witch stamped her foot.
My sisters can fly and mix potions and turn people into toads. But my switch power stinks. Nobody ever notices my magic. By stealing stuff, I'll finally get people to notice me.
Sorry, but your switching days are over,
Roxy said. Switch Witch grinned and stared at Roxy. Then she and Roxy both began to shimmer.
What's going on?
Roxy thought. Detective Smith jumped out of a police car.
Good work, Rocket Girl.
The police arrested Switch Witch and took her away. Roxy grinned.
That was easy.
She started to fly back to school, but she couldn't lift off the ground. Then she tested her heat vision.
Oh no!
Roxy gasped.
My powers are gone!
Rocket Girl vs. Switch Witch, Episode 3, Power Switch. Rip! Roxy heard a loud sound. She looked over and saw the police car.
It skidded off the road!
She thought. She ran to the car.
Detective Smith, are you okay?
Detective Smith and the other police officer climbed out. One of the car's back doors lay on the grass.
We're fine,
Detective Smith said.
But Switch Witch broke out of her handcuffs. Then she ripped off the car door. I didn't know she was so strong.
I think she switched her powers with mine,
Roxy said.
Uh-oh.
Detective Smith took a piece of candy from his pocket.
Let's see if it's true. Can you switch this candy with another object?
Roxy looked around and saw a rock. Then she stared back at the candy. It shimmered and turned into a rock.
Now switch them back,
Detective Smith said. Roxy tried, but nothing happened.
It looks like the switch works only one time,
Detective Smith said. Roxy said.
I'm stuck with that witch's rotten switch power. She won't get away with this. I'll find her and get my powers back.
Good luck.
Detective Smith pulled more candy from his pocket.
Do you want some chocolate first?
Listen up, everyone.
Switch Witch tossed a sack onto the ground.
Put your wallets and purses in this sack.
We're not afraid of you,
a man said.
Oh, no?
Switch Witch said. Whiz-hoo! She used Roxy's eye laser beams. The laser beams hit a tree, which burst into flames. Switch Witch cackled.
Now are you afraid of me?
Everyone began putting things in the sack. Roxy ran up panting.
Leave these people alone!
No way!
Switch Witch said.
I finally have real powers. Now everyone has to do what I say.
We'll see about that!
Roxy closed her eyes and thought hard about her superpowers. Switch Witch started to shimmer. Then, whoosh! The witch shot away from Roxy, flying high above.
Ugh!
Roxy thought.
The shimmering stopped. Her dumb switch power only works on things that are nearby. Hey, Switch Witch!
Roxy yelled.
If you're so powerful, come down and face me!
Nice try, Rocket Girl.
Switch Witch cackled.
You'll try to switch our powers if I come closer. I can't let you do that.
Switch Witch took a deep breath in.
Yikes!
Roxy gulped as the witch blew out a powerful gust of air.
Ooh. She's using my freeze breath power to freeze me!
Rocket Girl vs. Switch Witch, Episode 4, The Switchback. The freeze cloud rushed toward Roxy. She jumped behind a trash can.
You can't get away from me!
Switch Witch cried. She flew higher and whoosh! Another freeze cloud blew straight toward Roxy. Roxy looked around fast and saw a food truck nearby. Steam rose from the food truck's cooking area.
I know.
Roxy thought.
I'll switch the freeze breath with that warm steam.
Roxy made the freeze cloud shimmer. When it reached Roxy, it felt like a blast of warm air.
Yes!
She thought.
I did it!
Not bad, Rocket Girl.
Switch Witch yelled.
Try switching this!
Whiz-hoo! Switch Witch used Roxy's eye laser beams. Roxy ducked, and the beams missed her. Then she darted around the corner of a building.
I need to get closer to Switch Witch,
Roxy thought.
That's the only way to get my powers back.
She peeked out from the side of the building. On the sidewalk, Switch Witch was yelling at more people.
Hand over your wallets and purses, right now!
Soon her sack was full. Roxy thought. She spotted a truck with big bags of cement mix.
That's it!
When Switch Witch wasn't looking, Roxy made the sack shimmer. Then she switched it with a heavy bag of cement mix. Switch Witch grabbed the sack. She tried to fly, but the cement pulled her straight down.
Gah!
Switch Witch shouted. She saw her sack sitting on the bed of a truck. She flew straight toward the truck. Roxy slipped up behind her. Before the witch spotted her, Roxy made them both shimmer.
Yes!
Roxy cried as she shot up into the air.
I've got my powers back!
Switch Witch shook her fist. Roxy laughed.
Too bad you can only switch something one time. You were right, Switch Witch. Your switch power stinks!
Drat!
Switch Witch said. Soon Roxy was back at school.
Hey guys!
Roxy said.
What did I miss?
We finally picked a prize,
Mara said. Jack held up a bag.
We got the spooky stickers. I want the ghosts.
Can I have the monsters?
Mara asked.
Sure.
Jack said.
Terrell, do you want the mummies or the witches?
I'll take the mummies,
Terrell said.
That leaves me with the witch stickers.
Roxy frowned as she took the last sticker sheet.
You don't like witches?
Mara asked. Terrell held up his sticker sheet.
Roxy, do you want to switch?
Roxy grinned.
Yes!
Rocket Girl vs. Hector Collector, Episode 1, Prison Break-In. It was another boring day at Metro City Prison. Some villains were playing cards. Mrs. Wiggles grinned.
Looks Looks like I won again.
The others nodded and tossed their cards in a pile.
Who wants to play again?
Mrs. Wiggles asked.
I do.
Said the electric elf leader.
Let's play.
The villains heard a sound like giant footsteps. Then there was a loud explosion. Boom! When the dust cleared, the prisoners cheered. There was a big hole in the wall of the prison.
Yeehaw!
Stinky Bart shouted.
It's a prison break!
He started to run out, but zap! Something turned him into a bronze statue. A big claw reached through the hole and pulled the statue out. The other villains backed away from the hole, but zap! 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 They turned into statues too. Then the claw pulled them out. Mara, Jack, and Terrell stood in line outside the convention center. They were going to a comics convention. They all wore superhero costumes. Roxy hurried up, holding some comic books. Mara frowned.
Roxy, you were supposed to wear a Rocket Girl costume.
Sorry,
Roxy said.
I didn't have time to make a costume. But look, I finished drawing our comics.
She held up the comics to show her friends. The pages were filled with panels of Rocket Girl in action.
Cool!
Jack said.
They look great!
An older kid in line turned around.
Are those Rocket Girl comics?
Yep,
Terrell said.
We took turns drawing them. I drew these pages, see?
We brought them to the convention to trade.
Mara said.
Are you interested?
The boy looked at the comics.
These are great! And Rocket Girl is an awesome superhero.
Terrell grinned at Roxy.
She's the greatest superhero ever.
Sorry, but...
The boy shook his head.
I can't break up my Aardvark Man collection to make a trade. It took me forever to get the complete set.
Jack sighed as the kid turned around.
We worked so hard on these. What if nobody wants to trade with us?
Don't worry,
Roxy said.
We'll find someone who wants our comics.
Just then, Roxy's watch beeped.
I'll, see you guys inside. I might have an old superhero costume in my closet. I'll go check.
Roxy slipped around the corner and opened her watch.
Mayor Bloom, what's wrong?
Rocket Girl, someone blew a hole in Metro City Prison.
Don't worry, Mayor. I'm on my way.
Rocket Girl vs. Hector Collector, Episode 2, Last Elf Standing. Roxy arrived at Metro City Prison. Detective Smith stood outside in some rubble. He sneezed loudly as he wrote in his notebook.
Whoa!
Roxy said.
Next time, cover your nose when you sneeze, Detective, or you'll blow another hole in the wall.
Detective Smith wiped his nose with a handkerchief.
Aha, Rocket Girl. I'm sneezing from the dust. I have to find out who made this big hole.
How many villains broke out?
Roxy asked.
None,
Detective Smith said.
What?
Roxy scratched her head.
You mean they're all still inside?
Detective Smith frowned.
I mean, nobody broke out because something broke in.
Huh?
Roxy said.
We've got a witness. He'll explain.
Detective Smith waved to a police officer. The officer pulled the electric elf leader from a police car. Then he brought the elf over.
It was terrible. Ah.
The elf moaned.
1 minute we were playing cards. The next minute we heard an explosion. And then something turned everybody into bronze statues.
Did you see who did it?
Roxy asked. The elf shook his head.
I hid under a bunk. When I came out, everyone was gone.
There are giant tracks,
Detective Smith said, pointing.
but they suddenly stop. It's like the giant grew wings and flew away.
Roxy looked up and saw something in the sky. A small drone. She laughed.
Is that your flying giant, Detective?
Before Detective Smith could answer, the drone flew down. It landed in front of Roxy.
Hello, Rocket Girl.
A voice said.
My name is Hector Collector. I collect villains. And now I need the elf to complete my collection.
The elf gulped.
No way! You're not taking him, Hector!
Roxy said.
Fine.
Hector laughed loudly.
I'll add someone else to my collection instead. My drones are waiting at City Hall to grab him.
Roxy gasped.
Oh no! Mayor Bloom!
Roxy flew fast to City Hall. She had to stop the drones from taking Mayor Bloom.
Rocket Girl!
Mayor Bloom shouted.
Help!
Several small drones hovered above him. His hands and feet were tied. A drone darted toward Roxy. Smash! She crushed it with her fist. But 2 more drones picked up the mayor. Then they carried him out the window.
Hey, Rocket Girl!
Roxy suddenly heard Hector's voice. It was coming from the smashed drone.
Bring me the electric elf, Rocket Girl.
Hector said.
Come to Rocky Cave, or you'll never see the mayor again.
Rocket Girl vs. Hector Collector, Episode 3, The Trade. The drones flew away with Mayor Bloom.
I have to save him!
Roxy thought. She shot back to Metro City Prison and grabbed the elf. Then she flew him to the mountains. On the way, she explained her plan.
That plan sounds dangerous, Rocket Girl.
The elf said nervously.
Just listen to me and follow my instructions.
Roxy said.
And you'll be fine.
After they landed, a drone led them to the cave. Inside, Hector Collector was sitting in a chair.
Whoa!
Roxy looked around. The cave was filled with dolls and action figures of villains and superheroes.
Greetings, Rocket Girl. I'm glad you like my collection,
Hector said. Roxy frowned.
I brought you the elf. Now you need to bring me Mayor Bloom.
Follow me,
Hector said. In another room, Hector tugged on a cord to open a curtain.
Here's more of my collection,
he said. Roxy gasped. Behind the curtain stood a huge display case. The villain statues from Metro City Prison were inside. In the spot labeled Elf Leader stood another bronze statue, Mayor Bloom.
Now that you're here, Rocket Girl, I've changed my mind.
Hector flashed an evil smile. Then he hit a button on a remote.
What's happening?
The elf cried as the room began to shake. Roxy stared at the display case. It was moving, sliding out of the mountain.
The display case!
She said.
It's the belly of a giant robot!
Several drones picked up Hector to lift him into the robot's head. Hector laughed loudly.
I'm going to add both of you to my collection!
The giant robot grabbed at Roxy with its claw. Its other hand was a big laser beam. The beam glowed. It was about to zap her into a statue.
Hey, Elf!
Roxy shouted.
Use your lightning bolts and shock that beam!
No way!
Do you want to turn into a statue?
Roxy said.
If not, do it!
The elf shrugged and shot a lightning bolt at the robot's hand. Zap! The beam stopped glowing. Roxy quickly freed herself from the claw and smashed the robot's arm.
Nice work!
Roxy said, landing next to the elf.
For a bad guy.
Hector's face was red with anger.
I'm taking my collection to a new place, and you'll never find it, Rocket Girl!
The robot shot away. Roxy took off after it. Suddenly, the robot's feet lit up.
Uh-oh!
Roxy cried. 6 missiles were headed straight at her. Rocket Girl vs. Hector Collector, Episode 4, Convention Crash. Roxy rolled in the air to avoid the missiles.
Ah!
She cried as the missiles looped around to follow her. Whiz-hoo! Roxy fired her eye laser beams, but they missed. Roxy gulped. The missiles were coming back toward her. She flew in zigzags and loops as fast as she could. The missiles couldn't keep up with her. Boom! 2 missiles crashed into each other. She kept flying. Kapow! 3 more missiles crashed together. Roxy spotted the last missile speeding toward her. She shot after the giant robot with the missile right behind her. Then, Roxy suddenly flew upward. The missile couldn't change direction.
No!
Hector yelled, jerking at the robot's controls. It was too late. The missile hit the robot and it started to fall toward Metro City. Terrell, Mara, and Jack were walking around the convention center.
Nobody wants to trade anything for our comics.
Mara shrugged.
But I still think they're cool.
Suddenly, people started running and screaming. Crash! The giant robot fell through the skylight, smashing onto the floor. The display case cracked open and bronze statues scattered everywhere. Roxy flew down.
Hector! You're going to prison!
Nice work, Rocket Girl!
Detective Smith said.
Thanks!
Roxy looked at the statues.
Now we need to turn everyone back to normal. And I need to find the elf.
We've already got him,
Detective Smith said. An officer walked the elf over.
We caught him trying to steal a motorcycle.
Roxy rolled her eyes.
Hey, I can zap the statues back to normal,
The elf said. Roxy's eyes went wide.
Really?
Yes.
The elf smiled.
But what can you trade me?
No extra sentence for that motorcycle you tried to steal,
Detective Smith said.
Okay.
The elf said. The police removed his handcuffs. Then, zap! The elf shot lightning bolts into the statues.
Yeehaw!
Stinky Bart was about to run, but a police officer slapped handcuffs on him.
Rocket Girl!
Mara said.
Check out our comics!
Wow! These are great!
Roxy said.
Can I sign them?
A few minutes later, Roxy ran up to her friends.
I guess my mom threw out that old costume. What did I miss?
A giant robot fell through the skylight.
Jack said.
Then Rocket Girl signed our comics.
The boy from the line heard Jack.
Whoa! Rocket Girl signed your comics? I'll trade my entire collection for them.
We traded our comics after all.
Mara said.
Yup!
Roxy grinned at Terrell.
Thanks to Rocket Girl.
Rocket Girl vs. the Wicked Wheels Gang. Episode 1. The Quiz. It was morning in Metro City. A man rolled out of bed. He yawned.
He looked at his clock and gasped.
Oh, I slept through my alarm. I'll be late for work.
The man quickly got ready and ran out the door. He drove through Metro City. Every traffic light he passed was green.
Whew,
the man said.
I might not be late after all.
Suddenly, he saw cars stopped in the street. He slammed on his brakes. Dance music filled the air. People were honking their horns and shouting,
Get out of the way!
Quit blocking the road!
I'm trying to drive!
The man got out of his car to see what was going on. The intersection up ahead was filled with roller skaters.
Check this out.
Jack was standing on his chair and dancing. Mara giggled.
Sit down, Jack.
Terrell whispered.
You're going to get all of us in trouble.
Yeah,
Roxy said quietly.
we're trying to take a quiz.
Jack,
Miss Apricot said.
what are you supposed to be doing right now?
Jack looked down.
Taking a quiz?
That's right.
Miss Apricot said.
Please sit down.
Jack sat down and looked at his quiz. He spun his pencil around. Then he picked it up and pretended it was dancing.
It's a pencil dance party.
Jack whispered. Mara snorted. Then she made her pencil dance too.
Jack, Mara,
Miss Apricot said.
stop goofing around.
Jack sighed.
Sorry, Miss Apricot.
Thanks a lot, Jack.
Mara whispered.
You got me in trouble.
Jack made a face at her. Mara giggled. Jack groaned.
I wish Rocket Girl could save us from this quiz.
Shh, Roxy said.
I'm trying to work.
Just then, her watch beeped.
I'll be right back, Miss Apricot.
She said.
I have to, get a drink of water.
Roxy hurried out to the hallway. She opened her watch.
Mayor Bloom,
Roxy said.
is something wrong?
Sort of.
The mayor grinned sheepishly.
There's a roller skating party in downtown Metro City.
Roxy scratched her head.
That doesn't seem like an emergency, Mayor.
The party is blocking a busy intersection.
Mayor Bloom said.
It's causing a huge traffic jam. The police tried all morning to make the roller skaters leave, but they won't listen. Can you please break up the party?
Sure, Mayor.
Roxy said.
I'll go and talk to those roller skaters.
Roxy closed her watch and chuckled.
This will be the easiest mission ever.
Rocket Girl vs. the Wicked Wheels Gang. Episode 2. Roller Skating Party. Traffic filled the streets in downtown Metro City.
Whoa!
Roxy thought.
The roller skating party is causing a big problem.
Detective Smith stood near his car. Dance music played loudly over huge speakers. Roxy smiled.
Cool party, huh, Detective?
What?
Detective Smith said.
I said, cool party!
Roxy said.
What?
The detective held a hand to his ear.
I can't hear you over this loud music.
Roxy laughed.
Never mind!
Detective Smith made a funny face.
What?
At recess, kids were dancing and looking at a phone. Mara, Jack, and Terrell went over to them.
What are you watching?
Mara asked.
A roller skating dance party,
Someone said.
It's being live streamed on CoolTube.
In the video, a group of people skated and danced. Dance music played loudly. One skater appeared on screen.
Hey everyone, I'm Derby Wheels. And we're the Wicked Wheels Gang, Metro City's #1 roller skating club. Woohoo!
Derby zoomed past speakers and a DJ booth.
Big shout out to my brother DJ Wheels. He keeps the music going. Yeah!
DJ Wheels pumped his fist to the beat of the music. Mara started to dance. Terrell and Jack did too. A man stomped into the video's background.
Get out of the street! You're blocking traffic!
Derby laughed as she skated past him.
Stop yelling, mister. You're ruining the party.
Other skaters danced around the man. He sighed and walked away. The kids laughed. But then someone else appeared in the video.
Huh!
Jack gasped.
Rocket Girl!
Roxy landed near Derby Wheels. Derby skated around her.
Hey, Rocket Girl, where are your skates?
Roxy folded her arms.
I'm not here to roller skate. You need to go somewhere else. Your roller skating party is over.
Boo!
Derby said.
This party never ends.
Derby skated away. She was still dancing and having fun. Roxy flew after her.
I'm serious, Derby. You all need to stop this party right now.
Jack scratched his head.
Why is Rocket Girl trying to stop the party? I thought she was cool.
Yeah,
A boy said.
those skaters are just having fun.
Terrell shrugged.
Their party is blocking traffic. Maybe that's why Rocket Girl is trying to stop it.
Roxy flew over to the DJ booth.
Turn off the music!
DJ Wheels made the music louder. Roxy stamped her foot.
Turn it off!
Boom!
DJ Wheels said. Roxy frowned.
Boom?
Boom!
DJ Wheels pressed a button. A missile shot from the booth and hit a parked car. Boom! Rocket Girl vs. the Wicked Wheels Gang. Episode 3, Roller Skating Trouble. Roxy gasped.
DJ Wheels just blew up a car!
She thought. A man looked out a window.
My car blew up! How did that happen?
DJ Wheels pressed the button again. Another missile shot from his booth. Roxy flew fast. She caught the missile just before it reached a bus. She broke it over her knee. Roxy flew back toward the DJ booth. Bam! Derby Wheels slammed into her. Roxy tumbled to the street. Derby laughed.
Ha 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 ha!
Roxy got back on her feet and flew after Derby. Two other roller skaters danced in front of her.
Get out of my way!
Roxy said. The roller skaters laughed and then skated away. Kaboom! Another car blew up. Roxy spun around. Another missile shot toward a garbage truck. The driver's eyes went wide. The driver jumped out of the truck and ran.
Boom! Wrappers, cans, food scraps, and other trash flew everywhere.
Yuck!
A man shouted.
Run for your lives!
A woman ran and slipped on a banana peel.
Oh man,
Jack said.
those roller skaters are bad guys.
Yeah,
Another kid said.
why are they blowing things up?
I don't know.
Mara said. Terrell folded his arms.
Don't worry, Rocket Girl will stop them.
Roxy shot toward the DJ booth. DJ Wheels fired another missile. Whiz-hoo! Roxy fired her eye laser beams. The missile exploded in midair. Then she fired at the DJ booth. Boom! The booth exploded. The music stopped playing.
Boo, Rocket Girl!
Derby shouted.
You stink!
Roxy looked at the roller skaters.
You're all under arrest!
Derby laughed.
You can't catch us. We have jet power.
The roller skaters shot away. Roxy shot after them. Terrell watched the roller skaters zoom away. He saw True Savings Bank in the background. Then he saw something suspicious. Terrell gasped.
I know why the roller skaters are causing trouble.
Roxy flew after the roller skaters. Her watch beeped. She opened it and saw Terrell.
Is everything okay, Terrell?
She asked.
I'm kind of busy right now.
I know why the roller skaters are causing trouble.
Terrell said.
It's so nobody could see what they're really doing.
I don't understand, Terrell.
Roxy said.
What are they really doing?
Look behind you,
Terrell said.
at True Savings Bank.
Roxy turned around. Two roller skaters were skating away from True Savings Bank. They held huge bags of money. Roxy gasped.
Bank robbers on roller skates!
Rocket Girl vs. the Wicked Wheels Gang. Episode 4. Boom!
Thanks, Terrell!
Roxy shot after the bank robbers.
Stop!
She shouted. The robbers zoomed down the sidewalk. Oof! One slammed into a delivery man. Roxy caught up to the robbers. She reached out. Flames shot from their jetpacks. The robbers blasted forward. Roxy flew faster and caught one of them.
Got you!
Nice work, Rocket Girl.
Detective Smith hurried over and handcuffed the robber. A police officer grabbed the money bag. The other robber jumped into the street. She zigzagged between cars and trucks. Horns honked. The skater laughed. Roxy chased her. She grabbed the money bag.
Ha!
Roxy said.
I got the...
Bam! Derby slammed into Roxy. Roxy tumbled and dropped the bag. DJ Wheels grabbed it and zoomed away. Roxy got up. Another skater knocked her over. Whiz-hoo! Roxy fired her eye laser beams. Ah! The skater's jetpack burst apart. He stumbled into a trash can. Roxy flew after DJ Wheels. He zoomed around the block. Roxy saw the police. Detective Smith looked upset.
Derby Wheels stole back the money.
Ugh!
Roxy said.
Don't worry, Detective. I'll stop the Wicked Wheels gang.
She flew fast and grabbed DJ Wheels' leg. He threw the bag to another skater. Roxy flew after her, but now roller skaters filled the street. They threw the bag to one another, keeping it away from Roxy. Roxy stopped flying and stared at the pavement. Orange beams radiated from her eyes. The pavement sizzled.
Yikes!
One skater said.
The street is hot!
The heat melted the roller skaters' wheels. Roxy laughed. Then she saw DJ Wheels standing on the sidewalk with the money.
Boom!
Roxy said. DJ scratched his head.
Boom!
Boom!
Roxy fired her eye laser beams at his roller skates. Boom! DJ Wheels fell over. Roxy grabbed the money. Police arrived to arrest the roller skaters. Roxy looked around.
Where's Derby?
She heard the skater's voice.
Get out of my way! Move!
Car horns honked. Roxy flew toward the sounds. She found Derby surrounded by traffic. A woman leaned out of her car window.
We got her, Rocket Girl!
Roxy grinned.
Good work, people!
Roxy returned to school as the last bell rang. Mara and Terrell came outside.
Where's Jack?
Roxy asked.
Miss Apricot is making him stay after school.
Mara said.
He has to finish the quiz.
Terrell grinned.
I guess Rocket Girl couldn't save him from it.
Roxy, Mara, and Terrell laughed. Rocket Girl vs. Crime Fighter Bot. Episode 1. Calling in Sick. Metro City Bank was surrounded by police officers. A robber in a mask stuck his head out of the bank. Detective Smith spoke into a bullhorn.
Come out with your hands up.
No chance!
The robber yelled.
And don't try to come in here. We put bombs all over the building.
Detective Smith reached for his radio.
Send Rocket Girl, fast! Before the robbers blow up the bank!
Roxy was at home in bed. She was sneezing. Her throat felt sore.
Wake up, Roxy.
Her mom said.
It's time for school.
Mom, I think I'm sick.
Roxy said, shivering. Roxy's mom frowned.
Let me check your temperature.
She came back with a thermometer.
You are sick, sweetheart,
she said.
No school today. I'll make you some soup.
A minute later, Roxy's watch beeped.
Hello?
Roxy said in a scratchy voice.
Rocket Girl!
Mayor Bloom said.
Robbers have taken over Metro City Bank. I need you to...
Achoo!
Roxy sneezed.
Are you all right?
Mayor Bloom asked.
I'm fine, Mayor.
Roxy said.
It's just a cold. And the city needs me.
Roxy started to climb out of bed, but she couldn't stop shivering.
No, I can't allow it.
Mayor Bloom said.
Get some rest. I'll find another way.
He ended the call. Then he pressed a button to summon his assistant.
Call Dr. Odd, please,
he said.
And hurry.
Minutes later, Mayor Bloom arrived at Dr. Odd's lab. A tiny robot named Bippo led him inside.
I'm so glad you called, Mayor,
Dr. Odd said.
I came back to Metro City to make up for my past crimes.
Are you sure this robot of yours can help?
Mayor Bloom asked.
We have a dangerous situation at the bank.
Yes,
Dr. Odd said.
Crime Fighter Bot can do what no police officer can.
He led Mayor Bloom over to a tall robot. Its chest was painted like a police badge.
Shiny, him,
Bippo said. Dr. Odd pressed a button, and the robot came to life. Its arm turned into a cannon. The cannon shot out a net. The net caught a dummy robot.
Its artificial intelligence helps it fight crime,
Dr. Odd said.
It can do the work of a whole police force.
Wow,
Mayor Bloom said.
Let's send it to the bank to stop the robbers.
Don't worry, Mayor,
Dr. Odd said.
Crime Fighter Bot is on its way.
Rocket Girl vs. Crime Fighter Bot. Episode 2.
A city without crime. It was lunchtime. Roxy and her friends were walking to the cafeteria.
Did you guys hear about Crime Fighter Bot?
Jack said.
Last week, it caught those bank robbers who had bombs.
Yeah!
Mara said.
Yesterday, it stopped a big monster from stomping on the city.
Roxy sighed.
Everybody forgot about Rocket Girl while I was sick.
She thought.
Big deal.
Terrell said.
Rocket Girl can fly and shoot lasers.
Rocket Girl can't shoot nets, though.
Jack said.
She doesn't need to shoot nets.
Terrell said.
She can still beat that dumb robot anytime.
Where is Rocket Girl?
Mara asked.
No one has seen her for a while.
I guess nobody calls her anymore.
Roxy said. Just then, Roxy's watch beeped.
Yay!
She thought.
I need a drink of water.
Roxy said. She ran over to a drinking fountain.
Mayor Bloom, what's the emergency?
Roxy asked.
Hello, Rocket Girl. No emergency. How are you feeling?
Mayor Bloom said.
Better, Mayor.
Roxy said.
What are you calling about?
Detective Smith wants to see you at police headquarters.
Mayor Bloom said.
I'll be right there,
Roxy said. At police headquarters, everything was quiet. One officer was snoring at his desk.
Hey, Detective,
Roxy said.
Did you just take a nap too? Oh, wait a minute. Your hair always looks really messy.
Detective Smith laughed. Roxy blinked in surprise.
You think my joke is funny?
Yep,
Detective Smith said.
I've missed you.
Thanks, Detective.
Roxy grinned.
What's up?
We have a problem,
Detective Smith said.
Crime Fighter Bot is out of control. Watch this.
He showed Roxy a video. A man dropped a banana peel on the sidewalk. Suddenly, Crime Fighter Bot appeared and shot out a net. The man was trapped in the net. Detective Smith frowned.
This robot is causing lots of trouble. It can't tell what's a serious crime and what's not.
Did you ask Dr. Odd about it?
Roxy asked.
Not yet,
He looked up, but Roxy was already gone. He smiled.
It's just like old times.
As Roxy flew over the city, she quickly spotted the robot.
What's going on here?
She thought, landing near it. Some teenagers with skateboards stood in front of a sign. The sign read, "No skateboards." Crime Fighter Bot was blaring a loud siren at them.
That's enough!
Roxy called.
These are just kids, not criminals.
Crime Fighter Bot spun around, its lights flashing.
You're under arrest.
Huh?
Rocket Girl vs. Crime Fighter Bot. Episode 3. Robot Retire. Roxy laughed at Crime Fighter Bot.
You can't arrest me.
Yes, I can. You're a child. The law says that children must be in school.
The robot said.
No exceptions for superheroes?
Roxy asked.
The law is the law.
The robot said. Crime Fighter Bot stepped closer and raised its net cannon. But before it could shoot, Roxy heard Dr. Odd. He was yelling as he ran toward them with Bippo.
Crime Fighter Bot, stop!
Dr. Odd said.
Hey, you!
Bippo said. Crime Fighter Bot dropped its cannon.
Sorry about that, Rocket Girl.
Dr. Odd said.
I have to check this robot. I think it might need a few repairs.
Roxy nodded.
It wants to arrest everyone.
It could be a serious problem with its control circuit.
Dr. Odd said.
I hope I don't have to retire Crime Fighter Bot.
Roxy nodded.
You might have to leave the crime fighting to me for a while.
Power down, Crime Fighter Bot.
Dr. Odd said. The robot's lights went out.
I'll take him apart to see what went wrong,
Dr. Odd said.
That way I won't repeat the same mistake.
Sounds good. Bye, Bippo.
Roxy said, taking off.
Waiting! Me!
Bippo said. Dr. Odd stayed behind working on Crime Fighter Bot. He opened the robot's chest plate. Then he checked the wires and circuits inside.
Crime Fighter Bot did a good job for a while,
Dr. Odd said.
It's too bad I might have to power it down forever.
Crime Fighter Bot's eyes suddenly glowed.
Awake! Him!
Bippo said.
That's impossible, Bippo.
Dr. Odd chuckled as he looked for something in his toolbox. Crime Fighter Bot's head spun around.
The law is the law. You have broken the law.
No, I haven't,
Dr. Odd said.
And you're supposed to be powered down.
Dr. Odd tried to reach inside the robot's chest plate, but Crime Fighter Bot slammed the plate shut. It grabbed Dr. Odd and tossed him onto the sidewalk. Zip! The robot shot out a net, trapping Dr. Odd and Bippo. Then it started walking down the sidewalk, scanning people with its camera.
You have broken the law.
The bot said, firing nets.
You have broken the law. You have.
Just as Roxy landed back at school, her watch beeped.
What is it, Mayor?
Roxy asked.
It's Crime Fighter Bot Rocket Girl.
Mayor Bloom cried.
It's shooting nets and trapping everyone in the city.
Rocket Girl vs. Crime Fighter Bot, Episode 4. Dr. Odd Gets Even. Roxy arrived downtown. Everywhere she looked, she saw people trapped in nets. Crime Fighter Bot was moving along the sidewalk, shooting out more nets. Whiz-hoo! Roxy used her eye laser beams to slice through the nets.
Rocket Girl!
Dr. Odd was still trapped.
Over here!
Roxy flew over and freed Dr. Odd and Bippo.
What happened?
Roxy asked.
I was about to turn off Crime Fighter Bot for good,
Dr. Odd said.
But it ignored my commands.
Roxy frowned.
It's time to take down that robot!
We need to pull out its energy core. It's under its chest plate,
Dr. Odd said.
Let's go!
Roxy said. Down the block, people were running from Crime Fighter Bot.
The law is the law,
the robot said.
You are breaking the law.
Zip! It shot a net at a hot dog stand.
My hot dogs!
The hot dog man cried.
They never hurt anyone!
The robot spun around and saw Roxy, Dr. Odd, and Bippo. Zip! It shot a net at them. Roxy quickly melted it with her heat vision. The robot tried to shoot another net, but it was out of them. Then Roxy noticed something on the sidewalk. It was a mailbox.
I have an idea.
Roxy planted herself in front of the mailbox.
Hey, Metalhead!
She yelled at the robot.
Arrest me! If you can!
The robot made an angry sound and charged at Roxy. She jumped out of the way. Bam! The robot slammed hard into the mailbox. Mail went flying everywhere.
Uh-oh!
Roxy said loudly.
Messing with the mail is a crime! You broke the law! And the law is the law!
No!
Sparks flew from the robot's head.
Crime Fighter Bot follows the law!
The robot reached out, grabbing Roxy.
Ah! Let go of me!
Roxy cried. Bippo jumped onto the robot's shoulder. It ran in circles around the robot's head. The robot's head spun wildly. Roxy broke free and punched the robot in the chest. Its chest plate fell off. Then Roxy yanked out its power cord. The robot's eye went black.
Hero! You!
Bippo said. Roxy grinned.
Heroes! Us!
Back at school, lunch recess was almost over.
Hey, Roxy!
Mara said.
Did you hear?
Jack hung upside down from the jungle gym.
Crime Fighter Bot went crazy!
Terrell winked at Roxy.
It's a good thing Metro City still has Rocket Girl.
Roxy grinned.
I totally agree.